I went up to the cabin that weekend because I needed to be alone. The past few weeks had felt like too much work stress, noise, people asking things from me all the time. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, and the city felt like it was choking me. So, I took the long drive out to the cabin my dad left me after he passed away 2 years ago. It sat in a quiet patch of woods in northern Montana, near the edge of a lake, surrounded by trees and brush that hadn't been touched in years. I hadn't been back in about 6 months, maybe more. Last time I was there, snow was still melting off the roof and the air had that frozen bite to it. This time it was early October. The leaves had started turning orange and brown, but most were still clinging to the branches. The air smelled like pine needles and damp soil. I got there around 3 in the afternoon. The gravel road that led up to the place was still just as rough as I remembered, with deep ruts and broken rocks that made the tires shake. When I pulled up, I noticed that a branch had fallen on the roof sometime in the last few months. It wasn't big enough to cause damage, just lying across the shingles like a crooked arm. The windows were dirty and foggy, but unbroken. The place still looked the same. Inside, everything was as I left it. Dust on the table, a couple of empty cans on the counter, a box of instant oatmeal, and some old tea in the cupboard. I started a small fire in the stove to get rid of the chill. The place smelled like old wood, mold, and ashes, but it wasn't bad. It was quiet. No cars, no sirens, no voices. Just wind and the occasional creak from the trees. I unpacked a little. I only brought a few things, some food, clothes, my old hunting knife, and a few books. I didn't bring a gun, even though a lot of people would say that was a mistake being that far out. But I'd never seen anything dangerous up there, at least not anything worse than a raccoon digging through the trash. I planned to stay for 3 nights, just me and the trees. The first night was fine. I made rice and beans on the little propane stove, read for a while, then went to bed early. I kept the fire going low through the night so it wouldn't get too cold. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I had spent most of the day walking the trails behind the cabin. The trails were old and narrow, ones my dad and I used to use when we'd go deer hunting or just walking with the dog. They wind through thick woods, past an old creek bed, and up to a small rocky outcrop that overlooks the lake. I didn't see a single other person the whole time, just squirrels, a few deer prints in the mud, and birds. That was what I came out for, quiet, nature, nothing man-made. I didn't even check my phone the whole day. It was off and zipped in my backpack. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. It wasn't anything obvious, not at first, just a feeling. The door was still locked. Nothing looked moved or broken, but I had this deep, sharp feeling in my chest, like the moment right before something bad happens, a kind of tightening in my lungs. I shook it off, blamed it on being alone too long. I made dinner again, this time just canned soup and crackers. I watched the fire for a long time. I didn't read, I just sat and listened. That was when I heard something. First, it was a soft snapping sound, like a twig underfoot. Came from outside the cabin, somewhere to the left, near the tree line. I sat up. I didn't move, just listened. Then another snap. Closer. Not wind. Not animals. Animals move differently. They scurry or dig or rustle. This was a step. Person's step. I stood up slowly and walked to the window. The glass was cloudy and dirty, but I could still see out. The moonlight gave enough light to make out the shape of the trees, the firewood pile, and the edge of the clearing. There was nothing there. I stared for a while, barely breathing, trying to make my eyes find a shape that didn't belong. Nothing. Then another crack of a branch, but this time behind the cabin. I turned fast. My heart thumped hard. I stepped away from the window, moved across the room, and stood near the back door. I waited. Nothing. I waited for 5 minutes, maybe 10. My ears felt like they were picking up every sound. I could hear my own breathing, the ticking of the old stove, even the soft hum in my ears. Then silence. Not even wind. I went back to the main room and turned off the fire. The cabin went dim except for a small lantern I had lit earlier. I kept listening. After a while, I tried to tell myself it was just an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon, maybe a tree settling. I lay down on the couch and pulled a blanket over myself. I didn't fall asleep for hours. The next morning, I walked around the outside of the cabin. I was looking for footprints or anything that would show someone had been there. The ground was covered in dead pine needles and dry leaves, but still soft enough that any clear print would have been visible. And I did find something. About 15 feet from the back door, near a thick patch of trees, there were a few prints that didn't belong to me. They were boot prints. Not fresh, maybe a few hours old, but clearly not mine. Mine were deeper and wider. I wear a size 12. These were smaller, tighter, probably a man's size 9 or 10. They led out from the trees and then looped back. They didn't come right up to the cabin, but they got close. That was when I realized the noise I heard wasn't in my head. Someone had been watching the cabin. I stood there for a long time, just staring at those prints. The woods were still. I didn't hear anything. I thought about what to do. I didn't want to panic. Maybe it was a hiker, maybe someone passing through. But this land was private. There weren't any public trails within 5 miles. I felt that same tight feeling in my chest, that same sinking in my stomach. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I went back inside, locked the doors, and tried to act like it didn't bother me. I told myself it would be fine. One more night, then I'd leave in the morning. That night I didn't cook. I just ate some bread and dried meat. I didn't turn the fire on either. I didn't want any light in the cabin. I sat in the dark and listened. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind made me flinch. I kept the knife in my hand the entire time. At around midnight, I heard it again. This time, footsteps, clear as anything, crunching leaves, slow, deliberate. I didn't move. I sat on the floor next to the stove, knees pulled up to my chest, trying to control my breathing. The steps came from the front of the cabin this time. I could hear them outside the window, then silence, then a tap, just one. A tap against the window glass. Not hard, not sharp, just soft enough to be sure I heard it. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. I didn't breathe. I didn't dare look. I waited until the sound stopped. Then another tap. I finally turned my head toward the window. I couldn't see anything in the dark, just the dirty glass and the faintest reflection of the lantern's last glow. I sat there until the sky started turning pale outside. Then I packed. I moved fast. I grabbed everything I brought, tossed it into my backpack, and left the cabin. I didn't even clean up. I just locked the door behind me and walked to the truck. That's when I saw something that froze me in place. There were new footprints, fresh ones, all around the truck. They circled it twice. Then they led off into the woods. Same boots, same size. Someone had come all the way up to the vehicle in the night. I checked the truck carefully, doors, tires, engine. Nothing was damaged or tampered with. But the fact that someone had been so close while I sat inside the cabin made me feel sick. I drove out of there fast. The tires kicked up gravel and dust behind me. I didn't stop until I was on the main road an hour later. I never saw a face, never heard a voice, never saw anyone. But someone was out there, watching me, getting closer each night, testing how far they could go. That was 3 months ago. I haven't been back since. I put the cabin up for sale a week after I got back to the city. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not in full. Just that it didn't feel safe anymore. Some nights, I still wake up thinking I hear footsteps outside my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor. I had no real reason to go. Nothing dramatic happened in my life to push me out there. No breakup, no fight, no mental breakdown. I just wanted quiet. Maybe I had been spending too much time on my phone or in traffic. I don't know. I wasn't trying to find myself or any of that. I just thought it would be good for me to stay alone in a cabin for a week. No Wi-Fi, no neighbors, just the forest, the cold air, and maybe a few nights of silence with the wood creaking outside. I found the cabin online. It wasn't a rental through one of those popular apps. It was from a small website for old vacation spots, most of them from the 80s or 90s, barely updated. One of them was a listing for a small 2-room hunting cabin about 60 miles out from a small town in the mountains. No specific name for the place, just a few blurry photos and a long description written in all caps. It mentioned that the cabin had no electricity, just a propane tank, a small stove, an outhouse, and a well pump for water. The photos showed a worn wooden structure with a green tin roof, mostly hidden by trees. That's exactly what I wanted. Something real, quiet, simple. I packed everything the weekend before I left. Basic stuff. A flashlight, batteries, a headlamp, propane for backup, matches, lighters, a warm sleeping bag, 3 knives, probably overkill, a portable solar charger, some canned food, trail mix, coffee, oats, a small camp stove, a few pots, and a lot of water jugs just in case the well wasn't working. I also brought a journal, not for writing thoughts or anything like that, just to record how things were going. I even noted the weather the morning I left. It was cold but clear, about 43 degrees Fahrenheit. I left my apartment at 6 a.m. It was still dark then. I drove 5 hours to get to the town closest to the cabin. I stopped there for gas and coffee. It was a small town, only one gas station and a few shops, none of them open yet. It was the kind of town that felt like it only existed because the road passed through it. After filling up, I followed the directions printed off from the website. There was no GPS signal after I got off the main road. I had a printed map with handwritten directions from the owner. Turn right after the old sign nailed to a tree that says Trotter Ridge. If you see the big flat boulder on the left side of the road, you've gone too far. That kind of thing. It was noon by the time I reached the dirt trail that led to the cabin. The road narrowed the farther I went, and eventually I had to park the car in a small clearing and walk the last quarter mile with my backpack and supplies. I took 2 trips. The cabin was there, hidden behind some thick trees, looking almost exactly like the photos. Weathered wood, green roof, a tiny porch with steps that were crooked and soft in some spots. No sign of anyone around, no tire marks, no footprints. It looked like no one had touched it in years. Inside, it was musty but not disgusting. A single room with a smaller back room used as storage or sleeping area. A small wood-burning stove sat near the wall with a pipe running out through the roof. A heavy table made of old pine planks sat in the middle. 2 chairs, some broken shelves with a few old jars on them, and a dusty lantern that didn't work. It was already cold, so I gathered wood from the shed nearby, which had a padlock on it. But the key had been left hanging from a nail under the porch, just like the instructions said. Inside the shed was a pile of split wood neatly stacked. Some of it was damp, but most of it was dry enough to burn. I started a fire and set up my gear inside. I felt calm. It was quiet. No cars. No noise. Just wind in the trees. The first night was peaceful. I ate some canned soup, heated water for tea, and wrote in the journal. No sounds except a few creaks and a scratching noise I figured was a raccoon or mouse. I was tired, but I stayed up late reading a paperback I brought. The fire kept the place warm, and I slept in my sleeping bag on a thin pad. The second day, I went exploring. The woods behind the cabin were dense, but not overwhelming. I followed a faint deer trail down to a stream about a quarter-mile downhill. The water was cold and clear. I filled a bottle and boiled it later just to be safe. I saw animal prints, deer, maybe a raccoon or 2. I didn't go far. I had no interest in getting lost. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There were a few marks on the doorframe, scratches. Not fresh, but not old either. They looked too long and narrow to be animal claws. I assumed they were from the previous owner or just wear and tear. I didn't think about it too much. I made more tea, cooked some oats, wrote more notes in my journal, and slept again. The third night is when things changed. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. I know because I checked my watch. There was a sound outside, slow, steady crunching in the snow. Not wind, not a tree limb falling. It was footsteps, heavy, not rushed, coming from the woods, stopping and starting. I lay still and listened. My heart started beating fast. There was no reason for anyone to be out here. No one even knew I was here except the cabin owner, and I doubted they kept track of visitors. I had no signal, no way to call anyone. I reached quietly for the knife near my sleeping bag and held it close. The footsteps stopped near the cabin. I didn't move, I was afraid they'd hear even a small sound. Then I heard the porch creak. Once, then again. Slow, steady. I waited, breathing shallow. Then nothing, just silence. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes. Then I heard the steps again, moving away this time, back into the woods. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I went outside and saw boot prints in the snow. Big ones. Not from me. They came from the woods up to the porch, then back the same way. No sign of who it was. I followed them a short way, but they faded fast between the trees. No tracks leading to a car or road. Just prints in a wide circle, like someone had been walking around the cabin for a while, not coming from anywhere. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept the fire going. I kept the knife nearby. I didn't eat much. I watched the woods through the small side window and wrote down every sound I heard. Scratching, a soft tap on the back wall, something light like a stick brushing the roof. Night came again. I put wood on the fire and tried to act normal, but I kept the headlamp around my neck, turned off, just in case. I didn't sleep, not a minute. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. They were slower this time, like someone moving cautiously. I stayed still. I didn't even breathe loud. Then I heard it, something brushing the window. Not knocking, just barely tapping like a finger dragging lightly. Then silence. I don't know how long I lay there. I didn't move. When it started getting light outside, I finally stood up and looked through the front window. There were new prints in the snow again, this time circling the entire cabin. Someone was walking around it all night. That day, I packed my bag. I was supposed to stay 4 more nights, but I had made up my mind. I was leaving the next morning at first light. I couldn't hike out in the dark, and I didn't want to risk getting lost by rushing it. I kept everything ready and didn't use much firewood that night. I wanted to make it look like no one was there. That night was the worst. I tried to stay awake, but I drifted off sometime after midnight. I woke up to a loud sound, something thumping against the back wall. Hard. Not an animal. It shook the shelves. Then a scratching sound, fast and angry, like someone dragging metal across the wood. Then nothing. I was breathing hard. I didn't even care if they heard me. I wanted them to know I was awake. I held the knife tight and kept the flashlight ready. I didn't move until the sun started coming through the window. When I opened the door that morning, I saw what the sound had been. A piece of wood near the back corner of the cabin had been pried off. Just barely, but enough to show someone had tried to break in. There were scratch marks, deep ones. Not from a knife, from something harder, maybe a crowbar or tool. But the weirdest part? No new footprints, just the old ones. No marks in the snow, no trail leading away, nothing. I hiked out fast. I barely looked behind me. I had this awful feeling the whole way that someone was watching. I didn't stop until I reached my car. When I turned the engine on and finally got back to a paved road, I felt something like relief, but it was mixed with confusion, dread, and disbelief. When I got home, I reported it to the cabin's owner by email. They never replied. A week later, I checked the listing. It was gone. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I've gone back through my journal, reading the entries. I've looked at the photos I took of the cabin, of the trees, even some of the prints in the snow. I zoomed in on one photo where you can see the porch. There's something strange in it. In the corner of the frame, barely visible between 2 trees, is a figure. You can't see a face, just a shape, big, wearing dark clothes, watching. I never heard them, never saw them move. I didn't plan on going to the cabin alone. It just happened that way. My cousin had backed out last minute, said he wasn't feeling well, and I didn't want to waste the time off from work. I had already packed, already cleared the weekend, and the idea of getting away from everything felt too good to let go. I had been feeling tired all the time, not just physically but in my head too. Everything at work was repetitive. Emails, spreadsheets, people complaining about things that didn't matter. I needed quiet, the kind of quiet you don't get in the city, where you can still hear traffic even with the windows shut. The cabin was a few hours out. It was old but sturdy, built back in the 70s by my uncle before he passed. It sat in the woods, deep enough off the beaten path that you wouldn't stumble on it by accident. You had to know it was there. It didn't have electricity or running water. It had a wood stove for heat, a small solar battery that powered a single light bulb and a radio, and a rain barrel system with a gravity-fed tap for washing. It wasn't luxurious, but it was real, quiet, and peaceful. I got there around noon. The sun was out, and everything looked the way I remembered it. The gravel path crunched under my boots. The grass was tall around the sides of the cabin, swaying a little in the wind. Trees all around, pines mostly, the kind that creak when they move in the breeze. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and it smelled like dust and old wood inside. Familiar, like how the inside of an attic smells when it hasn't been opened in a while. I dropped my backpack on the floor near the cot and took a deep breath. It was quiet, that kind of quiet that feels like a blanket around you. I didn't even hear birds at first, just whined through the trees. I spent the first couple hours cleaning. The floor had some leaves and twigs scattered near the door. I wiped down the shelves, shook out the blanket on the cot, and made a fire in the wood stove to get the place warm. I walked around outside after that, checking the rain barrel, which was about half full, and looking over the tool shed a few feet away. Everything looked the same, even the same old shovel leaning against the side wall. By the time evening came, I had settled in. I made some food on the propane burner I'd brought, just instant rice and beans. It wasn't great, but it filled me up. I sat outside for a while, watching the trees shift as the sky turned orange, then pink, then purple. Felt good to be there. No emails, no phones, no traffic. Just the woods and me. It was late when I turned in. I checked the door lock even though no one was around for miles. Force of habit. The cot wasn't comfortable, but it was good enough. I lay there for a while, listening to the wind and the occasional sound of something shifting outside. A branch or an animal, probably. I eventually fell asleep. That first night, nothing happened. The second day, I woke up early, made instant coffee with boiled rainwater, and sat on the little wooden steps at the front of the cabin. It was colder than I expected, and there was a kind of mist in the trees. Everything looked soft, muted. I could hear a woodpecker tapping somewhere off in the distance. Later in the morning, I took a walk deeper into the forest. There was an old deer trail I used to follow when I was younger, and I found it again without much trouble. It wound through the trees, narrow and uneven. I walked maybe an hour in before turning back. I didn't bring my phone. I left it powered off in my bag. I wanted to be disconnected. When I got back, I noticed something odd, just a small thing. The door to the tool shed was open. I had closed it the day before, I was sure of it. The door was light and swayed easily in the wind, but I had shut it and placed the small wooden wedge at the base to keep it from moving. Now it was swung halfway open. I walked over, looked inside. Nothing looked missing or moved. The shovel, axe, some rope, a stack of kindling, all in place. Maybe I hadn't wedged it right. Maybe the wind had worked it loose. I pushed the door closed again, wedged the bottom more securely, and didn't think much more about it. But that evening, I felt something different. Hard to explain. Like I wasn't as alone as I thought. I made dinner early and stayed inside. I didn't want to admit I was spooked, but something felt off. The air felt heavy, still, not like before. I kept listening for sounds. Footsteps, snapping twigs, voices, but there was nothing. Just the usual forest noise. But it still felt wrong. I went to bed with my knife near the cot, just in case. The lock on the cabin was just a simple deadbolt. It wouldn't stop someone determined, but it made me feel better to lock it anyway. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning. It was pitch dark. No light from the moon. I had to go to the bathroom, and the outhouse was about 20 feet from the cabin. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped outside. The beam lit up the ground, the trees, the front of the cabin. I didn't see anything strange, but as I walked to the outhouse, I got that feeling again, like I was being watched. My skin felt tight. My neck felt exposed. I moved quickly, finished, and came right back. Before I went back inside, I swung the flashlight across the trees again. Nothing, just the woods. But it still felt like eyes were on me. Inside, I bolted the door and stayed awake for a long time. In the morning, I found boot prints outside. Not mine. They were just near the edge of the clearing, close to where the trees started. I walked over, crouched down, and looked. They were deep, fresh, and facing toward the cabin. They weren't my size, too large, and I hadn't walked there since the day I arrived. I followed them for a few feet before they disappeared into pine needles and soft moss. I couldn't tell how far they went, but they had definitely been close enough to see the cabin. I felt my chest tighten. It wasn't an animal. Someone had been there sometime during the night, watching. I checked the shed again. Still closed, still locked. I spent most of the day on edge. I didn't go walking. I stayed close, kept checking around the cabin, trying to convince myself maybe it had been an old print. Maybe I hadn't noticed it before, but I had. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the knife next to me, and I set up a small noise trap outside. Just a string with a few old tin cans I found in the shed. I tied it across the front porch, low enough that someone stepping up would rattle them. The night passed slowly. Wind creaks, forest groans, but no noise at the trap. No footsteps. In the morning, I went out and looked around. The trap hadn't been touched, but I saw something else. Carving. It was on one of the trees near the clearing. Low at eye level. Fresh. 3 vertical slashes, about 6 inches long each, cut deep into the bark. Sharp and clean, like from a knife or chisel. They hadn't been there the day before. I stood there a long time, staring. It didn't mean anything, not really. But it wasn't random either. Someone had made it. Someone had come close enough to mark the trees and leave again without a sound. I packed my bag. I thought about leaving, but part of me didn't want to run. This was my family's cabin. I had been coming here since I was a kid. I wasn't going to let some weirdo scare me away. I told myself it was probably just some hiker who stumbled onto the property. Maybe someone curious. Maybe a prank. I stayed, but I didn't relax. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the cot with the light off, knife in my hand, listening. Every little creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls made my pulse spike. I kept looking at the door, expecting it to move. At one point, maybe around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps. Slow, heavy, crunching softly on the gravel outside. Then nothing. No knock, no sound at the trap. Just footsteps, then silence. I waited for hours, frozen. In the morning, I went outside. The cans hadn't moved, but there were more prints, bigger ones, closer to the steps, almost as if someone had walked up, stopped, and then walked away again. I checked the perimeter. Nothing else. No sign of them. I left that day. I didn't pack up. I just grabbed what I needed, got in the car, and drove. I didn't look back at the cabin as I left. A few days later, I told my cousin. He didn't believe me at first, said I was imagining things. But then I showed him the photos I took of the prints and the carving. He got quiet. We went back a week later together. Broad daylight. The cabin had been broken into. The door was open, the lock broken. Inside, everything was tossed. Mattress slashed, firewood scattered. My old jacket left behind was ripped in half and nailed to the wall with the knife I'd kept beside me. But the worst part was outside. Near the tree line, facing the cabin, someone had built a small pile of rocks and sticks, like a marker. In the center of it was the lid of a cooking pot from the shed, bent in half. We reported it. The local sheriff sent someone out. They said it was probably squatters or vandals. Started because I was tired of the city. The noise, the people, the pressure, it just kept building up. I felt like I was being squeezed from all sides and I needed out, at least for a few weeks. I looked up cheap rental cabins that were way out, somewhere I could be alone. No internet, no phone service, just a place to think. I found one in a remote area of the upper Midwest, surrounded by dense forest and not far from an old quarry that had been shut down for decades. The listing said it was quiet, isolated, and perfect for people looking to get away. That was enough for me. The drive there was long. It took almost 10 hours because of how deep into the woods it was. Once I got past the last small town, I didn't see another car for almost an hour. The road turned from gravel to dirt. Tall pine trees crowded both sides of the path. My car kicked up dust and small stones, and I had to slow down because the way wasn't smooth. The air started to feel different, cooler, cleaner, like I was really far from everything. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The place looked old but sturdy. One story, made of dark wood, with a front porch and a tin roof. The windows had shutters, and there was a small shed around the back, probably for tools or firewood. There was no one else around. No other cabins, no signs of people, no fences or lights in the distance. I couldn't even hear planes overhead. It was quiet in a way that made my ears ring. I unpacked what little I brought. Mostly canned food, bottled water, a flashlight, batteries, a book, some clothes, and a small axe I picked up at a hardware store just in case. The cabin had no power or running water, but there was a hand pump outside and a wood stove inside. I wasn't expecting comfort, I just wanted peace. And I had it, at least at first. The first night was quiet, but that kind of quiet that feels unnatural. Like something is waiting. I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing the wind push against the trees, the creaking of the cabin as it settled. At one point I thought I heard something moving around outside, but I figured it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon. I tried not to let my mind wander. By morning, I felt a little better. The light made things feel normal again. I made a fire and boiled some water for coffee. I sat on the porch and watched the forest. I didn't see any birds. That seemed strange to me, but I told myself maybe it was just the time of year. I explored the area around the cabin, trying to get a sense of my surroundings. About a half-mile out, I found the edge of the old quarry. It was massive, a deep cut into the earth, the kind that looked like it had been carved by machines and left behind to be swallowed by nature. The sides were steep, made of crumbling rock and dirt, and the bottom was filled with water, still and dark, almost black. There was a faded sign with chipped paint that warned of unstable edges and deep drop-offs. It must have been there for decades. I could see rusted equipment on the far end, barely visible through the trees. A crane arm stuck out at an angle, broken and hanging like a limb. I didn't go any closer. Back at the cabin, I spent the day reading, chopping a bit of wood, just staying quiet. I was trying to settle into the stillness, trying to let it fill me instead of scare me. But as the sun went down again, that same tight feeling crept back in. The way the trees seemed to press closer, the way the shadows stretched too far. That night, I heard something walking in the woods, heavy, not like a small animal, the crunch of dead leaves under weight. It would stop, then start again. I sat in the dark cabin with my flashlight off, holding the axe in my lap, breathing as quietly as I could. Then it stopped. Complete silence. I waited. An hour passed. 2. Nothing. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I saw something that didn't sit right with me. A branch, maybe 2 inches thick, had been snapped clean in half, and it wasn't from wind. It was fresh, green on the inside. Whatever had done it wasn't small. I looked for footprints, but the forest floor was too packed with leaves and pine needles to tell. I told myself it could have been a moose, maybe even a bear, but that didn't sit right either. The sound I heard wasn't 4 legs. It was 2. I thought about leaving. I should have. But I'd come all this way, and part of me felt like I was overreacting. I told myself I was just jumpy from being alone. I forced myself to stay. On the 3rd night, it got worse. The sounds came back, and this time they came closer. I could hear sticks snapping underfoot, leaves rustling, and breathing, slow, steady, human breathing. I sat again with the axe in the dark, too scared to even peek out the window. Then a light flashed, just for a second, through the trees, like a flashlight beam, quick and low. Then it was gone. I didn't move all night. I just sat there until morning light started to creep through the cracks in the shutters. I barely opened the door that day. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just sat there listening. That afternoon, I found footprints. Human ones. Barefoot. They weren't old either. The edges were sharp, and they led around the cabin. I counted at least 6 going in different directions. Some came from the quarry, some returned to it. I knew then that someone else was out there, and they were watching me. I packed my stuff in 20 minutes. I was going to leave, but when I got in the car, the battery was dead. I hadn't used it in days, hadn't left the lights on. I checked the hood. The battery cables had been cut. Clean, deliberate. I stood there for a long time, holding the cut cable in my hand. My heart pounded like it was going to rip through my ribs. I looked around the trees, trying to see if anyone was there, but there was nothing. No sound, no movement. I couldn't think. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have cell service. The nearest town was over 20 miles away, through thick woods and steep terrain. I had 2 choices, stay and hope someone came or try to walk out. I stayed one more night. I barricaded the doors with furniture, stacked wood in front of the windows. I made sure the axe was sharp and loaded the small camping knife I kept into my jacket. I didn't sleep. The noise started earlier this time. Movement around the cabin. I could hear the soft pad of feet, a low scratching sound on the wooden walls, like fingers dragging across the logs. I held my breath for hours, afraid to move. Then I heard something tap on the window. Not a knock. Tap. Light. Deliberate. I didn't look. They didn't try to come in, at least not that night. But I knew if I stayed again, they would. The first light, I left everything and started walking. I took the knife, a flashlight, and a bottle of water, and I ran. I didn't follow the road. I figured they'd be watching it. I cut through the woods, heading east, using the sun to guide me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were going to snap. I fell twice, hit my head once, but I kept going. Around mid-afternoon, I stumbled onto a gravel path and followed it. An hour later, I saw a fire tower in the distance. My legs almost gave out from relief. I climbed it, yelling as loud as I could, waving my jacket like a flag. A ranger eventually showed up. He was shocked to see me, said no one came out this far, not since the quarry was closed after an accident 30 years ago. I didn't say much. I told him my car had died. He helped me get back to town. I filed a report, but I didn't have much to say that would help. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear voices. There was no crime they could prove, just footprints and fear. I never went back for my car. They offered to tow it, but I told them to leave it. Sometimes I still dream about that cabin, about the dark quarry water and the sound of footsteps circling me in the night. I think the worst part is not knowing who or what was out there, just knowing they were, that they knew I was alone, and they chose to wait. And I think if I had stayed just one more night, I wouldn't be here to tell this story. I rented the cabin because I wanted time away from everything, not a break for a weekend or even a week. I needed real space from the city, the traffic, the constant pressure to always be reachable. For the first time in years, I wanted to be in a place where I didn't hear phones, sirens, people talking, or cars passing. I didn't even tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I was going north, somewhere in the mountains. No one needed to know the exact spot. The cabin was deep in the woods, past a long gravel road that turned to mud about 2 miles before the property. It belonged to a friend of a friend, and I wired him the payment without even seeing the inside. He told me it had power, a wood stove, a working kitchen, and that it was stocked with enough basic supplies to last a month. I only needed to bring food, clothes, and whatever else I wanted to keep myself busy. That was fine by me. I packed up my SUV with dry food, some tools, extra firewood just in case, and a few other things like my sleeping bag, lanterns, and some books. I had no plans to use my phone much, so I brought a solar charger only for emergencies. I turned off all notifications and buried it in the glove box once I arrived. I didn't even want to see the screen light up. The cabin itself was what I expected. Small, old, wooden, with a tin roof and creaking floors. No internet, no cell signal. One big room with a kitchen on one end, a wood stove in the middle, a bed tucked into the corner, and a small bathroom off to the side. The windows were dusty, but you could still see out into the trees. No neighbors, no traffic, just woods. The first few days were peaceful. I settled into a rhythm. I'd wake up with the sun, make some coffee on the old propane stove, eat a quiet breakfast while looking out the back window, then go for a walk along the trail behind the cabin. That trail wasn't marked. It just slowly faded into the woods. It looked like it had been used years ago, but not recently. I walked for about an hour each morning and then spent the afternoons chopping firewood, reading, or just sitting on the small porch listening to birds. The wind through the trees made this soft, constant rustling sound. It reminded me of the ocean in a strange way. Things stayed like that for the first 5 days. On the 6th morning, I noticed something that didn't feel quite right. When I went for my morning walk, about 15 minutes into the trail, I found boot prints. Not mine. I'd been wearing the same boots since I got there, and these were different, narrower, lighter. They came from the woods and met the trail, then disappeared back into the trees. At first, I thought maybe a hunter had passed through. It wasn't private land, not officially, so I didn't think too much of it. Still, I started watching more closely. I didn't go as far that day. I turned around early and went back to the cabin, telling myself it was nothing, maybe just someone passing through once. The next day, I stayed on the porch, didn't walk at all. I figured I'd give it time, see if the prints showed up again. Around noon, I walked down to the trailhead and looked for new tracks. Sure enough, there were more. The same boots. This time, they went farther along the trail than before, almost to the halfway point where I usually turn back. I stood there for a while, not sure how I felt. Could still be random, camper, but something about the way the prints followed the same curve of the trail felt off. Like someone was following me. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every creak in the cabin felt louder. I started locking the door even during the day, even though no one was around for miles. At least I thought no one was. The morning after, I found something that shifted everything for me. On the porch, right by the steps, there was a single boot print in the dirt. Same shape, same size, but it was facing the cabin. It hadn't rained, and I hadn't had anyone visit. That meant someone had come right up to the cabin during the night or early morning. I hadn't heard anything, but I checked every window and walked the perimeter twice. Nothing was disturbed, but the boot print was real. I even took a picture of it on my old camera, just to prove to myself it wasn't in my head. I stayed inside all that day. I kept the lights off after dark and sat quietly near the window, trying to see out without being seen. The forest was quiet, more quiet than usual. That was the part that got to me. No birds, no wind, just still trees and that low, heavy feeling like something was just waiting. I slept in short bursts that night, waking up every hour to check the windows. At one point, just after midnight, I thought I saw movement near the edge of the tree line behind the cabin. Could have been anything. Deer, raccoon, wind moving branches. But it wasn't the kind of movement that animals make. It was still, steady, like someone just standing there. The next morning, I checked. I walked out to the back with a heavy piece of firewood in my hand. No tracks, but the grass and brush looked disturbed, like someone had walked in a slow, straight line through it, right to the edge of the clearing, then stopped. I made coffee and tried to calm myself. Maybe I was overthinking. Maybe I had let too much silence get in my head. But the next thing I did was grab a notepad from my bag and write down everything I had seen. The tracks, the one on the porch, the still figure. I even marked the times. For the next 2 days, I barely went outside. I started keeping the axe inside next to the stove, not just by the woodpile. Every time I stepped onto the porch, I scanned the tree line for movement, and every night just before bed, I made sure every window was locked and every blind pulled down. But still, that feeling never left. It was the 9th night when it all changed. I had just settled into bed when I heard a noise from the back of the cabin. Not loud, just a soft crunch, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I froze. The wood stove was still burning low, so there was just enough light to see the inside of the cabin, but outside was pitch black. I didn't move for a full minute. Then I got up slowly, grabbed the axe, and moved to the back window. There was nothing there, but then I heard the sound again, this time closer, right outside the window. I stood completely still, breathing shallow, listening. I didn't want to turn on a light. I didn't want to give whoever was out there a better view inside. I stepped back slowly, heart pounding. That's when I saw it. Not a face, not eyes, but a shape. A man, tall, still, right at the tree line, just far enough that I couldn't make out details. But I knew it was a person, standing straight, not moving, watching. I stood there for what felt like hours, but I didn't call out, didn't open the door. I waited until the first light of morning began to hit the tops of the trees, and only then did I step outside. He was gone, but on the ground just below the window were more prints. Fresh ones, same boots, same size, only this time there were more than one set, 2 different directions. One set coming toward the cabin, the other going away. There had been 2 people outside. I don't think I've ever packed so fast in my life. I dumped everything back into the SUV by 9 a.m., double-checked the back seat, and locked the doors. I took one last look at the cabin, then at the woods behind it. Still silent, still still. I didn't take the long trail back. I took a direct path through the trees to the muddy road, checking behind me every few minutes. I didn't feel safe until I was on pavement, with traffic moving past me. I drove straight back to the city without stopping, didn't even turn on the radio. My mind kept playing over the prints, the figure, the fact that there had been more than one person. No sound, no confrontation, just the feeling of being watched. Hunted, maybe. It took weeks before I stopped checking my own windows at night. Sometimes I'd wake up thinking I heard something outside. Sometimes I'd see a figure in my head, standing still at the edge of the woods, and I'd have to turn on every light just to settle myself down. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't ask the friend of the friend if he knew anything about it. I didn't want to know. I still don't know what they wanted, why they were there, why they watched and never came closer. Maybe they were just messing with me. Maybe they were squatters. Or maybe they were waiting for the right moment, and I left just before it happened. But I'll never forget how still they stood, how quiet the forest got, how alone I felt, and how it didn't feel like I was just being watched. It felt like I was being studied. I had rented the cabin for a week. I didn't know much about the area other than what the short listing described online. A 2-hour drive past the last town, a winding gravel road through the trees, and finally a small cabin tucked into the base of a mountain slope, surrounded by pine forest. There was no cell service out there. The listing said that clearly. The cabin had solar power, a small backup generator, and a basic water pump system. It was one of those places made for people who wanted silence, isolation, and a break from everything. That was exactly what I wanted. I had been dealing with too much in the city. The noise, the stress, people everywhere. I just needed a break, a real one, away from my phone, from everything. That was why I didn't think much about how remote the cabin was. In fact, that was the selling point. The place was small, just one room with a kitchen area, a little table, and a single bed near the back wall. There was a tiny bathroom built off the side with a compost toilet and a shower powered by a propane water heater. It had everything I needed and nothing more. I got there on a Monday. It was already past noon when I parked the car, unloaded my bag, and stepped into the cabin. It smelled like dry wood and dust, but it was clean. There were no signs anyone had stayed there recently. No trash, no crumbs, nothing. I liked that. I liked the quiet. I opened the windows to let some air in, dropped my bag on the bed, and sat for a while, just listening to the wind outside. There wasn't even the sound of cars or planes or anything. It was the kind of silence that felt deep, like the whole world had paused. The first day passed uneventfully. I made some instant noodles, drank coffee, and took a walk along one of the trails that led into the forest behind the cabin. I came back before dark, wrote in my notebook for a while, and went to sleep early. I didn't sleep well, though. It wasn't fear, just the usual adjustment. The kind of weird sleep you get in a new bed with new smells and sounds. I kept waking up every few hours. The cabin made quiet creaking sounds. Nothing unusual, but everything just felt exposed, like the silence was too heavy sometimes. On the second day, I woke up around 7. The sun was already coming through the trees. I boiled some water, made coffee, and decided to take a longer hike. There was a trail that went up the side of the slope behind the cabin, according to the pamphlet the owner had left. It wasn't marked very well, but I found it and followed it for a few hours. The forest was thick, the air was cold and clean. The only sounds were birds and wind. I felt like I had been dropped into some untouched part of the world. I didn't see another human the entire time. When I got back to the cabin that afternoon, I noticed something small. The curtain over the back window, the one near the bed, was slightly open. I was sure I had pulled it shut before leaving. I remembered doing it. I always close curtains out of habit, especially if I'm leaving. At first I figured maybe I hadn't closed it all the way. Maybe the wind had blown it a little. The windows weren't locked. I hadn't locked anything, to be honest. It didn't even cross my mind. I was miles from anyone. But I closed the curtain again and let it go. That night, I cooked some rice and tuna, then read until it was dark. I had a small flashlight and a few candles since I didn't want to run the generator. The solar-powered battery kept the lights on, but I was trying to use as little energy as possible. I fell asleep around 10. I woke up at 2:41 a.m. I remember the time exactly because my watch glowed in the dark. I didn't wake up for any reason. No sound, no movement, just awake, like something had tugged me up from sleep. The air felt different. I sat up, feeling a strange pressure in my chest. It was cold, colder than it had been. I looked around the cabin. It was dark, but I could see a faint line of moonlight through the curtain at the front window. I listened. No footsteps, no creaks, nothing. Still, I felt watched. That feeling came hard. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was my mind playing tricks. I turned on the flashlight, pointed it around. Everything looked normal. My pack was by the table, the chairs were in place, the front door was shut. I even checked the handle to be sure it was closed all the way. It was. I stayed awake for maybe an hour, then finally drifted back off. Day 3, I went back to hiking. This time I didn't go far. I stuck to a short loop that circled a small stream. I was back within 3 hours. When I returned, I saw that the flashlight, my only large one, the one I had used the night before, was now on the table. I hadn't left it there. I was sure of it. I always put it on the shelf near the bed. It was habit. But now it was sitting on the kitchen table in the middle, perfectly straight. That time, my stomach dropped. I went over things in my head. Could I have put it there without realizing it? Maybe when I woke up in the night, maybe I walked around in half sleep and moved it. That idea sat with me for a while, but it didn't sit well. I hadn't walked around. I remembered sitting in bed, scanning the room. I never left the bed. I checked everything. The door? Still shut, still seemed locked. The windows? Nothing broken, no sign of forced entry. Nothing knocked over or missing. But I felt it. That feeling that someone had been inside. That night, I locked the door. There was a bolt on the inside. I used it, then pushed a chair against the door just in case. I kept the flashlight with me right beside the bed and put a small pot on the edge of the table. Something that would fall and make noise if the table was moved. I still couldn't sleep. My ears were wide open for every sound. I thought I heard something twice. A slight tap, then what sounded like a soft scuff on the porch. I held my breath. The cabin was too dark. I didn't dare turn on the light. I just sat there, in the bed, my back against the wall, waiting. Nothing happened. By morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The pot was still on the edge of the table, unmoved. The door was still bolted. The chair was still in place. But I didn't feel relieved. I felt like whoever it was, if it even was someone, had just decided not to try again. On day 4, I stopped hiking. I stayed close to the cabin. I sat on the porch most of the morning, just listening, scanning the trees. I thought I saw movement once, behind the tree line, but it could have been anything. A deer, a fox. I was starting to doubt my own head. Maybe I had just gotten so far from people that my brain was inventing threats. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. But then I noticed the scratch on the side of the cabin. It was near the back, just under the bedroom window. A shallow scratch, like something had scraped along the wood siding. It was fresh. You could see the lighter color of the exposed wood underneath. I walked the whole way around the cabin, looking for more, and found another one, lower down right near the bottom of the front wall. Like a boot had scraped hard against the edge. Someone had been close. That night, I brought a heavy frying pan to bed. Not because I expected to use it, but because I needed something in my hand to feel safe. I didn't sleep much. At one point, I thought I heard the porch creak again. Not loud, just a single, slow shift. I sat there in bed, frozen. At sunrise, I opened the door. There was something different on the porch. My boot, just one of them. It was moved. I had left them side by side, just to the right of the door. Now one was turned, pointing away from the cabin, placed about 2 feet forward. Again, too deliberate to be wind or accident. I lost it then, not in a screaming or panicked way, just quietly, fully convinced that someone was messing with me. Someone had been watching, waiting. Maybe they lived out here. Maybe they saw me hike in that first day. Maybe they didn't like that I was staying in their space. I didn't want to stay another night. I packed everything. I turned on the generator to charge my phone just in case it caught a signal higher up. I cleaned the cabin, put everything back, and locked the door behind me. But as I walked to the car, I saw something that made me stop. On the back side of the cabin, dug into the dirt near the foundation, was a shallow hole, maybe 10 inches deep, fresh. The soil was loose and dark. Right next to it, 2 rocks placed on either side like markers. I don't know what it was meant for. I didn't want to know. I got into the car, turned it on, and drove. No part of me looked back. I didn't check the rear view. I didn't stop for anything until I reached the first town with signal. I called the cabin owner, left a message saying I was leaving early and that the place might have been tampered with. They never replied. To this day, I don't know if I imagined any of it. Maybe I did move the flashlight. Maybe I just forgot how I left the boots. But that scratch, that hole, those small things, asterisk, they were real star. And I know what I felt. I wasn't alone in that cabin. Not at night. Not ever. It was supposed to be a quiet break. I had been working nonstop for months, early mornings, late nights, and barely any weekends. I needed time alone, away from my phone, from people, from work, from everything. That's why I booked the cabin. I found it online, buried in some corner of a rental website that barely got traffic. It was old, simple, nothing modern about it, but the price was low, and the pictures made it look peaceful. It was tucked deep in the woods, around 3 hours north of where I lived. There were no neighbors nearby, no internet, and barely any cell service. The drive up was long and mostly quiet, just winding roads through stretches of pine trees and thick brush. I took a cooler full of food, a gas stove, a lantern, extra batteries, and a small axe just in case I needed to chop some wood. I brought 2 blankets, a first aid kit, and a book I hadn't opened in over a year. I wanted to go somewhere nobody knew me, somewhere I could sleep in, wake up late, go for walks, and just breathe for a while. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the pictures. 1 room, 1 window, a little porch out front, and a shed beside it that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The trees were so thick around the place that by 4:30 in the evening, it already looked like dusk. There was a fire pit in front, half full of old ash. The door creaked when I opened it, and the place smelled like dry wood and dust. There was a single bed frame with a mattress, a small table, and a wooden chair that wobbled a little when I sat on it. I unpacked, set my cooler in a shaded corner, and walked around the place for a bit. The shed was locked. The woodpile beside it was low but enough to last a couple of nights. There was a metal bucket and an old spade leaning against the wall. I figured I'd use that if I needed to take care of business, since there was no plumbing. That first night was quiet. I lit a few candles I had brought, made some rice and beans on the stove, and sat outside for a while. The sky above the trees was dark, and I could barely see any stars. No animals came around, though I heard something large walking in the brush just beyond the tree line. I figured it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. I went inside, bolted the door with the old wooden latch, and fell asleep reading. I woke up once around 3 a.m. to a thumping sound, but it was faint. I didn't hear it again, so I chalked it up to branches falling or the wind knocking something over. The next morning was when things started feeling strange. I stepped outside to wash up and stretch my legs. That's when I saw the tracks. Human footprints. Not boots or shoes, bare feet. They were wide and clear, fresh in the dirt near the edge of the trees, facing the cabin. I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of them. Maybe someone came up here for a hike, but barefoot? No trail came through here. There wasn't even a path, just trees and brush. I didn't hear anything the night before, and I locked the door. I walked the edge of the tree line for about 10 minutes, but didn't see anything else. No more tracks, no broken branches, nothing. I told myself it was probably old, even though the prints looked fresh. The ground was still damp from the rain a couple of days earlier, so maybe they held their shape longer. Still, I felt off. I spent the rest of the morning chopping wood and reading. Around midday, I walked deeper into the woods, just to clear my head. I brought a small snack, a water bottle, and the axe, just in case. I made sure to keep track of where I was walking. Left at the split tree, right past the fallen log, back toward the hill. I didn't see anyone. No animals, no people, nothing. Just silence and the occasional rustling of branches. After about 40 minutes, I turned back. When I got back to the cabin, I saw something that stopped me cold. The chair on the porch was turned around. I hadn't touched it since I got there, and I was sure it was still facing the door when I left. Now it was turned toward the woods, like someone had sat in it and watched the trees. I checked the door, it was still latched from the inside. I looked around again. Nothing. No prints, no signs of movement. I didn't go back outside after that. I stayed in, double-checked the windows, and kept the axe beside me. The cabin had no curtains, so I could see the trees outside even when I didn't want to. I hated that. The trees looked like they were pressing in closer, and I kept thinking I saw movement even when there was none. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard crunching outside. Not wind, not branches falling. Footsteps, slow and steady. Then they stopped right outside the window. I held my breath. I didn't move. I stared at the wall, heart pounding so loud I thought whoever was out there could hear it. Then I heard the chair creak. Just once. I didn't look. I didn't move. I stayed like that until morning. When the light finally came through the window, I got up and checked outside. The chair was turned again, facing the trees. There were more footprints, still barefoot. They circled the cabin this time. My throat felt tight, and my hands were shaking. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up what I could, threw the rest into the cooler, and locked the door behind me. I didn't even make it 200 feet from the cabin when I realized I'd forgotten the axe. I stopped, thought about it, then forced myself to turn around and go back. When I opened the door, the chair was gone. It wasn't on the porch, not inside, not anywhere I could see. I checked around the cabin again, even looked in the trees a little. Nothing. No drag marks, no broken branches. I grabbed the axe and left for good. The walk back to the car was long. It was uphill in parts, and I kept hearing twigs snapping behind me. Once I stopped and turned fast enough to see a branch still swinging. Something was there, watching, maybe following. I didn't run. I didn't want to look like prey. I walked steady and didn't stop again until I reached the clearing where I parked my car. It was untouched, nothing broken, no signs of anyone near it. I loaded up fast and drove straight home without stopping. That should have been the end. I should have just forgotten about it, but I couldn't. A week later, back at home, I got a letter in the mail. No return address, no name, just a note. It was written in block letters, messy, uneven. It only said one thing: you left the door open. I sat on my couch staring at it for nearly half an hour. I hadn't told anyone where I went. I hadn't shared anything online. I paid cash at a gas station on the way back and never used a card out there. I checked my doors, my windows. I started sleeping with the lights on. It's been months since then. I moved apartments, changed my number, stopped posting anything online. I even switched jobs just to get into a different rhythm, a different city. I can't prove any of it. I don't have pictures. I never went back. The listing for the cabin is gone now. I checked last week. The website says, property unavailable. No contact info, no forwarding link. Nothing. People don't believe me when I hint at it. That's fine. I don't want them to. I don't want anyone else going out there. I don't know who or what was watching me, but I know one thing, they're not finished, and I will never go back to the woods again. I had been living in the city for too long. Everything started to feel loud, crowded, and fake. Every street corner looked the same, and every day felt like a copy of the one before. I was going through something, not a breakdown, but not far from it either. I needed time away, someplace quiet, someplace still. That's why I rented the cabin. It was in a forgotten part of the mountains, deep in a forest that didn't show up clearly on maps. It was cheap, too, way cheaper than it should have been for what it offered. A small 2-room wooden cabin with a deck, a little kitchen, a bathroom, and just the basics. No internet, no cell service, no neighbors. The only way to reach it was by driving 5 hours from the nearest airport and then taking a rough dirt road that twisted through the woods for another 30 minutes. The people who rented it out sent me a list of rules and a hand-drawn map, and that was it. I packed a bag, filled the car with gas, and left. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked exactly how I imagined it. Weathered, simple, and silent. The trees around it were tall and packed tight, and their branches spread over the roof like reaching arms. The porch creaked when I stepped on it. There was an old wooden chair near the door, one of the legs cracked and taped. I opened the front door and stepped inside. It smelled like pine and dust. Felt like no one had been there in a long time. Inside, everything was wooden, the floor, the walls, the table, even the bed frame. The kitchen had a little gas stove and a small fridge that hummed louder than it should have. There was a small fireplace in the main room, stacked with a few logs. The bedroom had a bed with a thin mattress and some folded blankets. The bathroom was tiny with a water heater that ran on propane. I checked the windows, the back door, and the lock on the front door. Everything worked, felt right. The first 2 days were peaceful. I spent them reading books I brought, writing in a notebook, walking through the woods, and trying to clear my head. I cooked simple meals. I drank tea. I went to sleep early and woke up with the sun. It was the first time in a long time I felt quiet inside. But on the third night, I started noticing small things that didn't feel right. It started with something stupid. I remember placing my flashlight on the table before I went to bed. When I woke up, it was on the floor, under the chair. I thought maybe it rolled off. The cabin floor was slightly uneven, and things moved sometimes. I didn't think much of it. The next night, I heard sounds outside. Around midnight, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard slow, crunching footsteps on the dead leaves outside. Just one set walking past the cabin. I froze. I held my breath and listened. The steps were slow, steady, and didn't sound like an animal. No breaking branches, just pressure on the leaves like someone walking carefully. The steps passed by, then faded. I stayed awake for hours after that, staring at the ceiling. When the sun came up, I went outside. I walked around the cabin, looking for prints, but the ground was a mix of leaves and dirt. If there had been footprints, the wind or animals probably messed them up. I told myself it could have been a deer, maybe a bear. I tried not to let my mind run. That afternoon, I walked further out into the woods, just to clear my head again. I went east for about 2 miles, then looped back. Took me about 2 hours. When I returned, the front door of the cabin was open. I stood still for a few seconds, just staring at it. I knew I had locked it. I had double-checked. My first thought was maybe someone else had keys. Maybe someone was coming to clean, or there had been a mix-up in the rental. But there was no car, no tire tracks, and no one inside. I went in slowly, checking each corner. Nothing looked touched at first. But then I noticed that my backpack, which I had left leaning against the wall near the table, had been moved. It was now on the chair. I opened it. Everything was still there, but the zippers were open. I hadn't left it like that. I checked the drawers, the small closet, even under the bed. Nothing was taken, but someone had definitely been there. That night I didn't sleep. I kept a kitchen knife beside me in bed. I left the lamp on and sat up most of the night listening. The forest was loud. Insects, wind, branches moving, but I thought I heard something else. Breathing, maybe, or the soft creak of wood outside, like someone stepping slowly around the porch. It stopped when I got up to check. I stayed by the window looking out into the trees. I didn't see anything. The next morning, I found something on the deck, a piece of string tied around a small dead bird. It looked like a sparrow. Its neck was broken, and the string was looped around its legs and wings like it had been tied on purpose. I felt sick. I tossed it into the woods and washed my hands 5 times. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't want to know. That day, I packed everything. I was going to leave. I didn't care if I had more time left. I needed to get out of there. I loaded my bag, locked the door, and started driving down the dirt road. But after about 15 minutes, my front tire blew out. I pulled over to the side of the road and got out. The tire was shredded, not flat, torn, like something sharp had ripped across it. I opened the trunk and found the spare. But as I was getting ready to jack up the car, I realized the lug wrench was missing. I checked everywhere. In the trunk, under the seats, in the glove box. I remembered clearly putting it in before I left the city. It was just gone. I sat down by the side of the car and stared at the trees. The road was too rough to walk on for hours, and there was no signal. The nearest town was at least 20 miles away, maybe more. No houses nearby. No one would be coming. I waited a few hours, hoping maybe another car would pass, but no one did. Around 5 p.m., I gave up and walked back toward the cabin. I didn't know what else to do. It was getting dark. The cabin had food, water, and shelter. I figured I could try walking out the next morning. Maybe even hike cross-country toward the nearest service tower. I had seen one in the distance 2 days earlier when I climbed a ridge. When I got back, the front door was open again. The smell inside was different. Not bad, just different. Like something sour, faint but clear. I walked through the cabin slowly, knife in hand. Everything looked the same except the bed. The sheets were pulled back, and there were small twigs scattered on the mattress. I stood there for a long time just looking. Then I closed all the windows, locked the doors, blocked the front door with the chair, and waited for the sun to go down. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want anyone or anything to know I was inside. That night was the worst. I heard someone breathing outside. Not loud, but steady, like they were standing just a few feet from the wall, breathing slow and deep. I held my breath and waited. Then I heard the faintest sound of something being dragged across the wooden wall, like a finger or a stick. I wanted to move, to hide, but I couldn't. The breathing went on for almost an hour, and then it stopped. The next morning, I opened the front door slowly. The chair was still in place and everything looked normal. But when I stepped outside, I saw that someone had carved something into the side of the cabin, low near the base. A single word, written in jagged letters. Stay. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I tried to hike out that day. I packed water, food, and a few supplies in a bag and started walking west, toward the ridge. I hiked for 4 hours, climbing through brush, over rocks, and across a small stream. When I reached the top, I looked around and froze. The cabin was behind me. I had walked in a huge circle. I had followed the sun, I thought. I had checked my bearings. I had taken notes in my notebook about direction. But somehow I had ended up right back where I started. I sat down on a rock and cried. I hadn't cried in years. I felt stupid, scared, and helpless. I didn't know what was happening. I wasn't seeing things. I wasn't dreaming. But something was wrong out there, either with the woods or with me. That night I didn't sleep again. I kept the lights off and stayed in the corner of the room with my knife. I watched the windows. Around midnight, I saw a light flicker in the woods. Just for a second, like a flashlight turning on, then off. Then again. Closer this time. I didn't move. The light came again, about 30 feet from the window. Then it disappeared. I waited. Then something hit the wall. Just once. Hard. Like a rock or a fist. I didn't scream. I didn't even breathe. I waited until the sky turned light again. When morning came, I found footprints outside. Human ones, bare feet, leading up to the cabin, around it, and back into the woods. That was the last night I stayed. I spent the whole next day preparing. I sharpened a stick, packed everything tight, and studied the old map again. I found what looked like a ranger station marked near the far edge of the forest, about 10 miles northeast. I figured it was worth trying. I set out just before noon. I walked for hours. This time I stayed off. It all started with a break. That's what I told myself when I first looked up cabins for rent. I wasn't planning anything fancy, just something quiet, away from the city noise and phone notifications and everything else that kept buzzing in my head. I had been overworked for a while, and one day I just shut my laptop at 3 p.m. and knew I needed to be somewhere else. Somewhere simple. I didn't want beaches or resorts or any place crowded. Just a small wooden cabin, somewhere deep in the woods. I booked the place online. It was a one-bedroom cabin somewhere in the northern part of the state, near the edge of a nature preserve. The listing had pictures of a plain wooden structure with a small porch, a wood-burning stove, and a gravel road leading to it. It looked simple, a little rough around the edges, but that was the whole point. I didn't want luxury, I just wanted quiet. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, barely any phone signal, and I loved that. I packed some essentials: clothes, a flashlight, canned food, a couple gallons of water, a hunting knife I kept in the glove compartment of my car, and a few books I never had time to read. The drive up took nearly 6 hours, and by the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already going down. The gravel road leading up to the cabin was narrow and uneven, with trees pressing in on both sides. No streetlights, no signs, nothing. The cabin looked just like the pictures. A small, single-story structure with a pitched roof, wooden panels, and a tiny porch out front. There was an outhouse a little way off to the side, and behind the cabin, nothing but woods. Thick, green, heavy woods that seemed to soak up the fading light. I felt a little twinge of unease as I stepped out of the car. Not fear exactly, just awareness, like my senses were suddenly on high alert, picking up how silent the place was. I carried my bags inside. The door creaked but opened fine. The key had been left under a loose stone on the porch, just like the owner had said in the message. The inside of the cabin was dusty but cozy. There was a small bed against the far wall, a wood stove in the corner, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and some old kitchen shelves. I checked the place out room by room. Not that there were many. There was only the main room, a small bathroom with no running water, and a narrow closet. The windows were old and single-paned, with latches that didn't look too sturdy. I didn't do much that first night. I just lit a few candles, ate a can of chili cold from the tin, and lay in bed listening to the creaks and groans of the wooden frame settling in the wind. There were some distant sounds from the woods. Maybe animals, maybe branches. It was hard to tell. I kept the hunting knife beside my bed, just in case, and drifted off sometime after midnight. The next few days were quiet, peaceful even. I spent the mornings walking the trails I found behind the cabin, keeping track of my path with red tape I tied to branches. I made sure not to go too far. The woods were dense and the paths didn't look official. No signs, no markings. I didn't want to get lost. I always made it back before noon, cooked lunch over a little propane burner I brought, then read for hours on the porch or inside if it rained. There was a rhythm to the days. I liked it, but on the 4th night, something changed. It started with a sound. I had been asleep, or almost asleep, and I heard a sharp crack from outside. Not like a branch snapping from wind, but more sudden, deliberate. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing, just wind again. I waited, still and tense, my hand slowly reaching for the knife beside me. Another crack, closer this time, definitely not an animal. It sounded like someone stepping on a branch. I slid out of bed and went to the window. The glass was cold, and my breath fogged it up instantly. I wiped it with my sleeve and peered outside. The porch was empty. The woods looked the same, still dark, still quiet, but something felt off. I stayed at the window for maybe 15 minutes. just standing, watching. I didn't see anything move, but that tension stayed in my chest. Eventually, I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around the cabin. The ground was covered in leaves, so it wasn't easy to spot footprints, but I did notice something strange by the edge of the porch. A section of leaves looked disturbed, like someone had shuffled their feet there. There were also a few broken twigs right near the corner. I stared at it for a long time, not sure if I was reading too much into it. Maybe it was a deer or a raccoon. Still, I kept the knife on me for most of that day. That night, I locked the door, slid a chair up against it, and pushed the table in front of the window. The wind picked up again after dark. It made the trees creak and whisper. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to another sound. This one was different. It was a slow, steady thump. I couldn't tell where it was coming from at first, but then I realized it was from the side of the cabin, low, down by the floorboards. It stopped after 3 or 4 knocks. Then silence again. I stayed in bed, my hand around the knife handle, staring at the ceiling. When morning finally came, I didn't bother with breakfast. I went outside and walked around the cabin again. This time, there was something else. A small mark on the wooden wall just below the side window. It was a smear, dark, dry. I leaned in and scraped at it with a stick. It flaked a little reddish-brown. It looked like blood. I stared at it for a long time. I considered leaving then, just packing up and heading back. But a part of me kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe an animal had injured itself. Maybe it wasn't blood. Maybe the noise was nothing. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up in the chair by the door, knife in hand, listening. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps again. This time they were clearer, crunching slowly around the cabin, not just once but in a full circle. I sat frozen, heart pounding. I kept the candles off, just listened. The footsteps stopped by the porch. I didn't hear them again after that. The first light, I went outside again carefully. The gravel in front of the porch looked disturbed, like someone had stood there for a while. I checked the side window and found the latch slightly bent. I was sure I hadn't left it like that. That day, I kept checking my phone. 1 bar of signal, flickering in and out. I walked a quarter mile down the road trying to get a stronger signal, but nothing. No internet, no bars. I couldn't call anyone. I couldn't even pull up a map. The road out was long, and I wasn't even sure how far the nearest town was. I thought about leaving again, but it was already late afternoon, and I didn't want to drive those narrow gravel roads at night. I made one big mistake that night. I forgot to check the back window. I had locked the door again, pushed the table back in front of it, knife in hand, all the same steps as before. But I had left the small rear window slightly cracked from earlier that day. I had opened it to air the place out after lighting the wood stove. Around 3 a.m., I heard the floorboards creak. Not outside this time, inside. I stopped breathing. The creak came again, closer. The cabin was so small that I knew right away where the sound came from. The kitchen corner, near the shelves. I didn't move. I just listened, and my skin turned cold. There were no footsteps now, just slow, deliberate creaks in the floor. I clenched the knife, still didn't move. Another creak right near the table, then another closer to the bed. I don't know how long I stayed still, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer. I didn't want to switch on my flashlight or move or breathe too loud. Then I heard the floor creak in the opposite direction, toward the back of the cabin again. Then nothing, not a sound. I sat in that chair, knife in hand, until the sun came up. The second there was light outside, I stood and started looking around. I didn't see anyone, but the back window was open, wide open, and the chair under it had been moved. Someone had come in. Someone had been inside while I was awake. I packed my things in less than 5 minutes. I didn't even eat. I didn't clean anything up. I just shoved my bag into the car, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. 2 hours later, I found a gas station and used their phone to call the sheriff's office. They said they'd send someone out, but they didn't sound too concerned. They told me people trespass sometimes, and that I was lucky nothing was stolen. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. They weren't trying to rob me. They didn't take anything. They didn't say anything. They just came in, quietly, slowly, watching. I never found out who it was. The owner of the cabin refunded my money and apologized, said he'd look into it. But when I asked if he had cameras or neighbors who might have seen something, he said no. Just woods in all directions. No cameras. No nearby houses. I went home and didn't talk about it much. But now I keep checking locks. Every night. Every window. Every door. That was the whole point. I had been living in the city for years, drowning in noise, stress, traffic, and people. I wanted silence, nature, something real, something that didn't beep or buzz or scream for attention. I didn't want any screens, no neighbors, no phones. I just wanted time to think, to breathe. I figured I'd stay out there for 2 weeks, maybe 3 if I could stand the solitude. I found the place through an old friend who used to do backcountry work. It wasn't a commercial rental, not something on a website. He gave me the number of a guy who owned land deep in the northern woods, remote, quiet, off-grid. No power lines, no plumbing, just a hand-built log cabin with a wood stove, a small loft, a rain barrel, and a composting toilet 50 yards behind it. The cabin was over 5 hours from my apartment. The last hour was a narrow dirt road with barely enough space for my old Jeep to get through. The trees pressed in close. No cell signal. No traffic. I remember thinking, at some point, that if something went wrong, no one would even know where to look for me. But I liked that. That was the whole reason I was there. When I finally got to the cabin, I was exhausted but relieved. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by thick pine and birch forest. The air smelled clean and cold, even in the afternoon sun. Everything looked old but solid. The door creaked. The floor was uneven. The windows were dusty, but it was real. Wood and nails, not plastic and wires. I carried in my supplies, mostly dry food, some canned stuff, a water filter, a small solar charger, a first aid kit, and a few other basics. I had a rifle I barely knew how to use, just in case I saw a bear or something. It stayed unloaded in the corner. I hadn't shot anything in years, and I wasn't planning to. The first few days were exactly what I needed. Long walks through the trees, cooking over the fire, writing in my journal, reading old books by lantern light. No noise, no pressure, just time and space. My body started to slow down and my thoughts did too. I could hear the wind again. I could feel things. I felt human again. Then small things started to bother me. I'm not talking about anything big. Not at first. Just odd feelings. I'd go to bed at night and feel like something was off, like I was being watched, even though the cabin was locked and the woods were silent. I chalk it up to being alone. City life had made me paranoid. That's what I told myself. But the feeling didn't go away. One morning, I woke up and found my firewood pile scattered. Not completely gone, but moved around, like someone had grabbed random pieces and dropped them across the clearing. At first, I assumed it was animals, maybe a raccoon or some other creature rooting around. But there were no claw marks, nothing chewed, no tracks in the dirt. I gathered the wood again, annoyed but not worried. I tried to brush it off, but then it happened again the next night, and the one after that. One morning, I found one of the larger logs standing upright, balanced in the middle of the clearing, like someone had placed it there carefully. It wasn't natural. It wasn't random. Something had been out there, and it wasn't an animal. That was the first time I really felt fear. Not the scared of the dark kind, but something deeper, colder. I walked in slow circles around the cabin that morning, staring into the trees, waiting for something to move. Nothing did, just whined through the branches. I started locking the cabin door more carefully at night. I kept the rifle closer. I still didn't load it, but it made me feel better to have it in reach. The next big thing happened on day 7. I was walking the trail that looped around the ridge behind the cabin. It's about a 2-mile loop, nothing hard, just enough to clear the mind. There's a spot about halfway where the trees thin out and you can see down into a shallow valley. I always stopped there to rest. That day, I saw something new. Down near the bottom of the valley, maybe 200 yards away, was a figure. I don't know if it was a man or a woman. They were too far to tell. But they were standing still, facing my direction. Not moving, just standing. And the second I noticed them, I froze. I stared for a full minute. The figure didn't move, not even a little. Then I turned and walked fast, too fast, back to the cabin. I didn't run, but I wanted to. I told myself maybe it was a hiker, a hunter, someone out there for the same reasons I was. But I hadn't seen a single person in a week. The nearest town was almost 2 hours away. There were no other cabins, no campgrounds, no trails. Whoever that was, they weren't supposed to be there. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up with the lantern burning low, the rifle in my lap. Every small sound outside made my heart jump. I imagined footsteps. I imagined someone walking right up to the window and just standing there. By morning, I felt sick from lack of sleep. I forced myself to go out and check around the cabin. No tracks. Nothing moved. The woods were normal, quiet, still, but I felt watched. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I barely ate. I kept thinking about that figure in the valley, how they didn't move at all. What were they doing? Why were they looking at me? That evening, I finally loaded the rifle. It was day 9 when things escalated. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a sound outside the cabin. It wasn't wind. It wasn't animals. It was the sound of footsteps, real, heavy, slow on the porch. I froze in bed, barely breathing. The sound didn't go away. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to be quiet. They walked the length of the porch, then stopped in front of the door. I heard a soft creak, like weight shifting on the wood. Then nothing. I waited with my heart pounding. I held the rifle ready, but I didn't move. I sat in the dark for over an hour, waiting for something to happen. Didn't. Eventually, the sound of footsteps faded, slow and steady, into the distance. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I found boot prints in the mud in front of the cabin. Clear ones, deep ones, big enough to know it wasn't mine. They led up to the door and then away into the woods. I packed my gear. My original plan had been to stay 2 full weeks, but I didn't care anymore. I didn't feel safe. I wasn't paranoid anymore. Someone was out there. Someone had come right up to the door in the middle of the night. I didn't want to wait around and see what they wanted. I loaded everything into the Jeep and started down the narrow dirt road. It was slow going, deep ruts, soft earth, low-hanging branches. I had to drive carefully. About a mile in, I stopped. There was something in the road. A pile of branches. Not fallen trees, just large sticks broken off and stacked across the path. Deliberate. They weren't there when I drove in. I got out to move them. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anyone. But I felt it, that awful sense that someone was near. Watching. Waiting. I finally cleared the road and kept driving. Faster than I should have. I didn't stop again. Not until I hit pavement. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't tell the guy who owned the land. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want answers. Whatever I experienced out there wasn't an accident. It wasn't nature. It was a person. Someone who had been watching, waiting, moving things just to make sure I knew I wasn't alone. Weeks later, when I was back in the city, I looked at the photos I'd taken during my hikes. I found one from the first few days, just a shot of the trees from the ridge. But in the bottom corner, barely visible, was a shape, a figure standing still in the shadows, watching. It wasn't the same figure I saw in the valley. This one was closer, much closer. They had been there since the beginning, and I never saw their face. I didn't go to the cabin for fun. I didn't go for peace, or quiet, or any kind of soul-searching. I went because I had to get some work done. That's it. I needed to finish writing a long technical report for a contract I was working on, and I couldn't concentrate at home. Too many distractions, too much noise, notifications, people dropping by, my phone lighting up every 5 minutes. So I borrowed my cousin's cabin out in the middle of nowhere, deep in a thick part of the forest up in the northern part of the state. It was isolated, cold at night, full of bugs, and I didn't really care. All I wanted was a place where no one could reach me and I could think. The cabin was about 2.5 hours from my place by car. Most of the drive was just highway, then smaller roads through little towns, and eventually a gravel path that went on for several miles through forest before I finally reached the clearing where it sat. It was an old wooden structure, one level, with a small deck out front and a sloped tin roof that rattled if the wind got strong. It had no cell signal and no internet. There was electricity, powered by a small generator behind the shed, and a well for water. The inside was basic, one large room with a bed on one side, a desk, a table, a tiny kitchenette, and a little bathroom with a composting toilet. My cousin had owned it for years, but rarely used it. It was more of a leftover project from his early 30s, when he had wild ideas about going off the grid. Now he lived in the city and barely remembered it existed. I was lucky he let me use it at all. I arrived on a Friday morning, brought a cooler of food, my laptop, some notebooks, batteries, and a few tools just in case. I unpacked, got the generator running, and tested the water pump. Everything seemed to work fine. I knew how to be alone in the woods. I grew up going on hunting trips with my dad, so this didn't feel strange. If anything, I felt focused for the first time in weeks. The silence made it easier to breathe, easier to think. The first 2 days went as planned. I worked, woke up at sunrise, made coffee, and sat at the desk for hours, writing and editing and making diagrams. I didn't bother bringing my phone into the cabin since there was no signal anyway. I went on short walks around the clearing when I needed a break. I heard the usual forest sounds: birds, wind in the trees, the occasional rustle in the underbrush. I saw deer in the distance once, rabbits too. On the second evening, I cooked pasta on the little propane stove and sat outside on the deck as the sky went dark. It was completely quiet except for some crickets and the hum of the generator. That night I didn't sleep well. The wind picked up around midnight and made the trees groan. The tin roof made soft banging sounds that reminded me of someone knocking on metal from far away. I woke up several times. Once around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. A scraping noise, low and steady, like metal against bark. I lay still for a long time, not moving, just listening. It stopped eventually, and I drifted back to sleep. In the morning, I assumed it was a tree branch rubbing against the shed or maybe a raccoon digging around. I didn't see anything unusual when I went outside, though I did notice some small scratches on the back corner of the cabin wall. They looked fresh, but I didn't think much of it. Sunday was cold. The temperature dropped sharply, and the wind stayed strong all day. I wore 2 layers even indoors. Around noon, I decided to take a longer walk through the woods behind the cabin, partly for exercise and partly just to clear my head. I followed a barely visible old path that twisted through thick pine and birch trees. There were no signs, no fences, no other houses or people for miles. I must have walked for 40 minutes before I noticed something strange. It was a large pile of rocks about 20 feet off the trail. They were arranged in a rough circle, almost like a dome, but collapsed on one side. At first, I thought it might be an old fire pit or a shelter of some kind, but it didn't look quite right. The stones were too clean, almost freshly placed, and they didn't show signs of soot or weathering. I went closer to get a better look. As I got near, I saw something sticking out from under the rocks. It looked like plastic, a thick, black trash bag, torn at the top. I hesitated. Something didn't feel right. I stood still, staring at it for a while, and then walked around the edge, trying to see what it was without touching it. The ground around it was soft, darker than the rest of the forest floor. I saw that some of the rocks had been moved recently. There were marks in the dirt, like they'd been lifted and placed. The bag itself had a sharp odor, sour and chemical, like ammonia mixed with rotting food. It hit me in the throat and made my stomach tighten. I didn't open it. I didn't touch anything. I backed away and returned to the trail, walking faster than before. My heart was beating harder than I liked. I kept looking over my shoulder. There was no one around, no sounds except the wind and birds. Still, the air felt heavier somehow. I got back to the cabin in less than half an hour, locked the door behind me, and sat inside, trying to shake the feeling that someone had been there recently, or worse, was still nearby. I didn't work that day. I kept thinking about the bag. What was in it? Who left it there? Why bury it under rocks so close to a remote trail? I told myself it could be anything. Maybe trash from an old camper, or tools someone forgot and didn't want found. But the smell was wrong. And that shape, the way it stuck out, it reminded me of something I didn't want to say out loud. I tried to forget it, made dinner, read a book, slept with the lights on. The next morning, I woke up early. It was still dark out just before sunrise. The cabin was cold. I wrapped myself in a blanket and went outside to start the generator. But I stopped when I saw something strange in the dirt by the porch. Footprints, not animal. Boots, heavy, deep prints that hadn't been there the night before. They led from the woods to the front of the cabin, then back again. No other tracks, no sign of a vehicle, just those steps right up to the porch, then gone. I didn't panic. I forced myself to stay calm. I grabbed the old hunting knife I kept in my bag and checked around the cabin. The shed was untouched. The back wall looked the same. The door was still locked from the inside. But the prints had been fresh, made after the rain from the night before. Someone had walked up while I was sleeping. Someone had been just a few feet from where I lay inside, alone. I packed up some of my things and decided I was going to leave the next day. I had done most of the work I needed anyway. I figured I could finish the rest back at home. I told myself there was no real danger, just a hiker maybe, or a hunter passing through. But deep down, I didn't believe that. There was no reason for anyone to be out here. This place wasn't on any maps. The path was barely visible. And those rocks, that bag. That afternoon, I went for one last walk. I didn't mean to go back to the rock pile, but somehow I ended up near it again. I kept thinking, maybe I should look inside. Maybe I should at least know what it is. I brought gloves and a mask from my bag. My hands were shaking as I started to move the rocks. They were heavy, cold, covered in moss on one side and clean on the other. I pulled away 5 or 6 before I saw the full shape of the bag. It was large, thick plastic, tied tight at the end. There were deep gashes in the middle of it, like it had been cut or torn. I knelt down and peeled one side open. Inside was a tarp, and inside the tarp something pale, something that looked like flesh. I dropped it immediately. I didn't open it further. I didn't need to. I knew what I had found. I covered it again, not carefully, just enough to hide the worst of it, and I ran back to the cabin. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the lights on, sat with my back against the wall, knife in hand. I waited for sunrise. Every time the wind moved a branch or something creaked, I jumped. Around 4 a.m., the generator sputtered and died. I didn't bother going out to fix it. I just sat there in the dark. By morning, I was already packed. I left the cabin, locked the door, and hiked down to where I'd parked the car off the trail. The air was colder than usual. I didn't look back. I drove straight to the nearest town with a police station and told them everything. Where the cabin was, where I found the rocks, what I saw inside the bag. I left out nothing. They took me seriously. A few officers followed me back to the trailhead that same day. I didn't go into the woods again. They went in with gloves and markers and cameras. A week later, I read in the paper that they'd found remains, human, wrapped in plastic, under rocks, buried not even a foot deep. Male, mid-30s, not yet identified. They asked me more questions later, but I had no answers. I didn't know who he was, or who had left him there. I never went back to the cabin. I told my cousin to sell it, and I think he did. I don't ask about it. I don't want to know if anyone's staying there now, or if they ever walk that path behind the shed. But sometimes I still think about those footprints, the ones that came right up to my door. Whoever did that, they came back. After I found what they buried, after I uncovered their secret, they stood just feet from me. I never planned to spend that much time in that cabin. It was supposed to be a short break. Just me, some silence, and a place where I could think. I'd been working from home nonstop for almost a year, staring at screens all day, barely sleeping, barely eating right. My body felt tired all the time, and my mind was scattered. The city never went quiet, no matter what time it was. Every night I heard sirens, cars, footsteps, drunk people yelling. I didn't even realize how much it wore me down until I started getting migraines every morning and forgot what silence sounded like. The cabin was old, but it had what I needed. It sat on a hillside deep in the woods, about 3 hours from the city. I found it through a guy at work who said it belonged to his cousin. It wasn't listed anywhere publicly, just an old family place that hadn't been used much since the cousin moved away. The guy said he could ask for a key and that I could use it as long as I wanted. I gave him some money for it, more than he asked for, because I wanted to make sure it was just me out there. I didn't want anybody showing up. I packed light, some dry food, a camping stove just in case, a battery lantern, a sleeping bag, and a few changes of clothes. I brought a metal thermos and a box of instant coffee, and I packed my notebook, an old leather one I hadn't written in since college. I left my laptop and phone in a drawer in my apartment. I didn't even want to be tempted. No screens, just quiet. When I got there, the air smelled like pine needles and wet dirt. It had rained the day before, and everything was damp. The drive-in was rough, just a narrow dirt path barely wide enough for my car. Trees leaned over both sides like they were trying to close the road altogether. The deeper I went, the more the woods swallowed the sky. I saw no other cars, no cabins, no signs. It felt like I was driving into the center of nowhere. I liked it. The cabin was small, square, and dark brown. The roof sagged a little in the middle, and green moss ran down the shingles on one side. One of the windows was cracked, but it was boarded over from inside. There was a stone chimney, but I didn't plan to use it. There was a little porch with 2 wooden chairs, both grayed from weather. The door had no lock, just a thick metal latch you could slide across once inside. Inside, the place smelled like dry wood, mold, and old dust. The main room had a small cot in one corner, a rusted metal stove with a pipe running into the ceiling, and a table with 1 chair. A small shelf held a few dusty cans and a yellowed box of matches. There were no lights, no power, and no plumbing. There was a metal bucket under the sink, probably for collecting gray water, but I didn't plan to use it. The only bathroom was an outhouse behind the trees, and it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a decade. I didn't mind. I wanted to rough it. The first night was quiet, so quiet that I had to adjust to it. I couldn't hear traffic, or voices, or the hum of anything electric. It was just stillness, broken only by the wind brushing the trees outside or the occasional creak from the roof. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, feeling the pressure in my ears from the silence. I could hear my own heartbeat. It was almost too much. The days were slow. I'd wake up with the sun, boil some water on my camping stove, and drink my instant coffee while sitting on the porch. I'd watch birds jump from branch to branch or listen to squirrels run through the leaves. I'd spend the afternoon walking through the woods, following game trails or sitting by the little creek that ran downhill behind the cabin. I wrote a lot in the notebook, mostly nonsense, but it felt good to write. I hadn't done that in years. At night, I'd make a simple meal, light the lantern, and sit at the table doing nothing, just sitting. But around the 4th day, I started noticing small things. They were nothing big at first, just a weird feeling like I was being watched when I was out walking. I'd be following a trail and stop to tie my boot, and I'd feel it, the pressure on the back of my neck. I'd turn around slow, looking through the trees. Nothing. No one. The woods were too thick to see far, and even when I stood perfectly still, I heard nothing but birds and branches. I told myself it was just nerves. I hadn't seen another person in days, and I probably just wasn't used to being this isolated. That same night, I came back to the cabin just before dark. I went to the porch to untie my boots, and when I stepped inside, I noticed the lantern had been moved. I remembered clearly that I left it on the table after breakfast, but now it was sitting on the windowsill. I stared at it for a long time. Maybe I moved it without thinking? I tried to replay the morning in my head, but couldn't remember for sure. I told myself I had moved it. I had to have moved it. The next day, I went deeper into the woods. I wanted to shake off the weird feeling. I followed the creek for almost an hour, further than I had before. I found a flat stone near the water and sat there, watching the ripples, trying to settle my mind. It worked for a while. I stayed until the sun dipped low. When I finally got back to the cabin, the sun was already brushing the treetops. The sky was turning orange. When I stepped up onto the porch, I saw fresh mud on the wooden boards. It was wet, like someone had walked across it not long before. I looked at my boots, dry. I hadn't stepped in mud. The prints were thin, not boot prints, bare feet. Human feet. The toes were wide, splayed a little, and they were facing the door. My heart started pounding. I stood there for maybe a full minute, just breathing hard, staring at those prints. I slowly stepped to the side, looking through the dirty glass of the cabin window. Nothing. I pushed the door open, stepped inside. Everything looked the same, except the chair. It had been pulled out from the table just a little. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even sat in it the last couple of days. I'd been eating on the porch. I slid the latch closed behind me, slowly, quietly. I checked the corners of the room. No one. The tiny closet beside the cot was empty. I crouched and looked under the bed. Nothing. The prints on the porch were drying fast. I stared at them until they lost shape. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I walked a loop around the cabin. I checked the trees, the dirt, the edge of the woods. I found no more prints, no signs of anyone. I kept thinking, if someone was out here, why? Why come this far into the woods just to mess with a cabin? Unless someone lived nearby. But I hadn't seen any other structures, no roads, no mailboxes. It didn't make sense. I stayed close to the cabin that day, sitting on the porch with my knife in my lap, just watching the woods. The quiet didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like it was holding something back, like something was out there waiting. I listened for branches snapping or voices or anything, but the woods gave me nothing. That night, I locked the door again and set the lantern right in the center of the table. I even drew a line in the dust under it just to be sure. I lay on the cot with the knife under my pillow, and I stared at the ceiling until sleep finally pulled me under. In the middle of the night, I woke up cold. The air inside felt different, fresher, like it was moving. My eyes opened in the dark, and I sat up. The window was open. I hadn't touched the window in days. The cracked one was still boarded, but the small one near the bed had a latch you could twist to open it. I always kept it shut. Now it was open a few inches. Cold air drifted in. I stood up slowly. My body was tense all over. I walked toward the table. The lantern had moved again, only a few inches this time, but the dust line I drew was broken. I turned and looked around the room. No one, just the dim glow of the moon through the trees. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting in the corner with my back to the wall, holding the knife. Every little creak made my fingers tighten around the handle. When the sun finally came, I stood up, stretched out my legs, and decided to search the cabin. Every inch. That's when I found the attic. There was a panel in the ceiling near the front door. A square cutout with a small wooden lip, probably to pull it down. I'd never noticed it before because the ceiling was low and the light was poor. I dragged the chair over and stood on it. I pushed up on the panel and it shifted with a low groan. Dust spilled down. I climbed up slowly. The attic was small and cramped, just enough to crouch in. It was empty mostly, just old insulation, a few cobwebs, and some wooden boards. But in the far corner, tucked behind a beam, I saw something. A rope. It was thick, frayed in places, looped in a loose coil, and next to it something worse. A shirt, old, gray, folded neatly. On top of it, a single shoe. My breath caught. I didn't touch anything. I backed down slowly and put the panel back. Something was wrong here, deeply wrong. I felt it in my chest now like a weight. I packed my bag in under 5 minutes. I took the lantern, the knife, and my notebook. I didn't bother cleaning up. I slid the door open and stepped outside. But the prints were back. Only this time, it started off as a way to reset. I had taken too much from the city, from people, from stress. I felt like something in me was slowly draining out. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just booked a cabin deep in the mountains. It was a few miles past the last paved road, in a narrow valley not far from an old logging trail that cut through the thick pine forest. No cell service, no neighbors, just me and the cold air. I took a week off from work, packed up some dry food, a cooler with meat and drinks, my sleeping bag, clothes for layers, a book, a headlamp, and a rifle. I wasn't planning to use it, just felt better to have it out there in the woods. The drive from the city took over 6 hours, and by the time I turned off the highway onto the gravel road that twisted up into the hills, the sun was already dropping behind the trees. I got to the cabin just before dark. It was a small place older than the pictures made it seem. A-frame roof, faded green paint flaking off the sides, a single window on the front and one on each side. The door was stiff and creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like dust and wood smoke. No electricity, but there was a propane stove and lanterns hung on nails near the door. The floor was rough, creaked under my boots. There was one main room with a bed against the wall, a small table, a chair, and a little counter near a hand pump sink. I lit a lantern, unpacked my gear, and made something quick to eat. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, slow and steady, and sometimes stronger gusts would make the cabin groan a little. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing. That night, I lay in bed under my sleeping bag, listening to the old wood pop and crack. There was something about the silence. It wasn't comforting, but it wasn't exactly frightening either. Just still. It made you aware of every sound, every creak, every distant owl. The first day was easy. I went for a long walk through the forest, took some pictures, followed a game trail up toward a ridge and looked down across the valley. There were no tire tracks on the logging road, no footprints near the cabin except my own. I saw a couple deer, heard a coyote later that night. I read for a while, chopped some kindling, cooked some food, and tried not to think about anything. Just be out there, away from it all. The second day, I noticed something strange when I came back from a hike around noon. I had left my backpack inside the cabin, sitting near the door. When I came in, it had been moved, just a little. It wasn't where I had left it. At first, I thought maybe I had moved it without thinking, but it felt off. I brushed it off and made lunch, but I kept thinking about it. The cabin had a door that latched from the inside, and the windows were small and locked. I had taken the key with me. That night, I put a small strip of tissue paper in the door frame, just a little piece where the door met the jamb so that if someone opened it while I was gone, the paper would fall or shift. When I came back from a walk the next afternoon, the paper was gone. I looked all around the floor. It wasn't anywhere. I checked outside, no sign of footprints. The ground was dry and packed hard, so it wouldn't have been easy to see any unless someone was wearing heavy boots. I felt my heart race a little, but I told myself maybe I had shut the door too hard and it just fell and blew away. I wanted to believe that. Still, I started keeping my pack with me, and I took the rifle out of its case and leaned it next to the bed. I hadn't brought any pistols, just the rifle and a hunting knife. That night, I barely slept. Every sound felt louder. The creak of the wind, the click of branches outside, the occasional thump from the roof as something, maybe a pine cone or small branch, fell. But then around 3 in the morning, I heard something that made my skin go cold. It was a step, not the wind, not the cabin settling. A single, slow step on the porch. I held my breath. I didn't move. I just listened. Nothing. Then another step. This one slower, heavier. Wood creaked. Not the kind of creak from wind, but the sound a person makes when they put their weight on an old porch. Then silence. I lay there for what felt like forever, frozen in place. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't reach for the rifle. I didn't even move my eyes. I just listened. Another step. Then nothing. It never turned into a knock. Whoever it was, they didn't try to open the door. No voice. No sound after that. Just the steps and then silence. I waited until sunrise before I got up. I checked outside. Nothing. No prints. No sign of anyone. But I knew what I had heard. That wasn't the wind. That was someone walking on the porch. I couldn't explain it, and I didn't want to. I thought about leaving that day, but something in me felt stubborn. I had come all the way out there for peace, and I wasn't going to run just because I got spooked. I told myself it could have been an animal. Maybe a bear, maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon. I didn't believe it, but I let myself pretend I did. I went out that day, but I didn't go far. I kept the rifle slung over my shoulder and checked the area around the cabin for any kind of shelter or place where someone might be staying. I didn't find anything, just trees, rocks, deadfall. That night, I locked up tighter than usual. I moved the table in front of the door and sat up reading until I couldn't keep my eyes open. Then I slept with the rifle across my chest. Nothing happened that night, but the next morning, I found something hanging on the tree next to the porch. It was a piece of string, about a foot long, tied in a loop, with what looked like a strip of cloth or leather wrapped around the end. It wasn't there before. I knew that for sure. I checked the tree every day when I walked outside. This wasn't something old that I missed. It had been put there, deliberately, hung at about eye level like a marker. I stood there staring at it. My hands felt cold even though it wasn't that chilly out. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to. I just backed into the cabin, shut the door, and slid the table in front again. I started packing my gear. I didn't care about the week. I didn't care about the money I paid. I wanted out. But when I turned the ignition in my truck, nothing happened. Not even a click. I checked the battery, cables, everything. I had driven it up that steep trail the day I arrived, and it had been fine. I hadn't left the lights on. The battery wasn't old, but it was dead. Completely. I had a jump starter in the back, but even that didn't work. It was like the battery had been drained. I walked back to the cabin and tried to stay calm. I wasn't far from the logging road. Worst case, I could hike out the next morning and make my way to the ranger station 10 miles down. But I didn't want to hike at night. I didn't want to leave in the dark and risk getting lost or running into something worse. I double-checked everything inside the cabin. My bags, my cooler, my lanterns. Nothing missing, but the book I had been reading, something I always left on the table, was sitting on the bed. I hadn't put it there. I knew I hadn't. It was like someone wanted me to know they had been inside, but didn't want to scare me off. Not yet. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake with the rifle in my lap, every lantern lit. I didn't even take off my boots. I sat against the wall with my back to the corner so I could see both the window and the door. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. This time it wasn't steps. It was breathing. Low, quiet breathing right outside the window to my left. I didn't move. I didn't even turn my head. I just listened. It was slow, steady, like someone standing there watching, not rushing, not trying to hide, just there. Then I heard a soft knock, just once, on the wall, not the door, and then nothing. The next morning I found prints, clear ones this time, bare feet, human. The ground had softened overnight from dew, and there were prints leading around the cabin, right up to the window and back into the woods. I followed them for maybe 30 yards, but they disappeared into the undergrowth. I hiked out that morning with my pack and the rifle slung across my chest. I didn't look back at the cabin. I just walked. I moved fast. By noon, I reached the ranger station. There was a small shack with a solar panel and a shortwave radio. I used it to call for help, and a few hours later a forestry truck came to get me. I didn't tell them everything, just that someone had been coming around the cabin at night and that my truck wouldn't start. They drove me back. I got my truck towed down the mountain the next day. The mechanic in town couldn't explain what had happened to the battery. Said it looked like it had been deliberately shorted out or drained. When I got home, I checked the pictures on my phone. Most were fine, but the ones from the last 2 days were all corrupted. Black streaks across them or just blank files. One of them, the last one I had taken of the cabin from the ridge, was clear, but there was a figure in the bottom corner, in the trees, just barely visible, standing still, watching. I zoomed in. No face, just the outline of a person. No shirt, pale skin, standing still. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but I had been working non-stop for more than 7 years straight. I didn't realize how deep I was in it until my hands started shaking every morning and my eyelids twitched even when I wasn't tired. My manager told me I needed a break, and I didn't argue. I just nodded and left. I spent the first 3 days walking aimlessly around the apartment, touching things for no reason, opening and closing the fridge without knowing what I was looking for. I had enough money saved up, and I decided to finally go through with something I had been thinking about for a long time. A total reset. No phone, no laptop, no distractions. I booked a remote cabin 3 hours out of the city. Nothing fancy, just 4 walls, a wood stove, a cot, a table, and a view of the forest. The drive up was quiet. Once I left the main highway, the roads became narrower and rougher. No stores, no gas stations, no cell signal. Just cracked pavement, tree lines, the occasional rusted sign pointing toward hunting camps or abandoned logging roads. I stopped at a gas station in the last town before the turnoff and bought some groceries. Cans of soup, oatmeal, rice, coffee, a few packs of jerky. I filled up a water container too. I had a big flashlight, some spare batteries, matches, and a cheap axe I barely knew how to use. That was it. I just wanted to be alone, away from everything. No deadlines, no screens, just silence. When I got to the cabin, it was smaller than I thought. The listing online made it look a little bigger. In reality, it was maybe 15 feet wide and 20 feet long. It had a short porch with a tilted railing, a heavy wooden door that creaked when it moved, and 3 windows, one by the cot, one above the sink, and one facing the backwoods. No curtains. The place smelled like dry wood, pine needles, and old smoke. The stove had ash in it from the last fire. A small pile of chopped wood was stacked inside by the door. I brought in my gear, locked the truck, and sat down on the edge of the cot. It was silent. No cars, no talking, no buzzing phone. Just the wind in the trees and the occasional snapping sound from the forest. I spent the first day exploring the area around the cabin. There was a path leading behind it that curved along the edge of a slope and led to a little stream maybe a quarter mile away. I filled my jug there, filtered the water through a pump I brought, and sat on a rock watching the trees move. The forest looked untouched. Moss-covered trunks, broken branches, fallen leaves that felt like they'd been there for years. No signs of people, no wrappers, no footprints. I went back to the cabin that evening and made a fire in the stove. Heated up a can of soup and ate it slowly with a plastic spoon. I went to bed early. That first night, I slept hard. The second day, I chopped more wood, carried rocks from the stream to build a little border around the fire pit outside, and tried to journal some of my thoughts. But my hand kept drifting. I'd write a few lines, then stop and stare out the window. I started noticing things, little things, like how the wood inside the cabin was clean in some places, too clean. Not just dry, but scrubbed, like someone had tried to clean something off the boards. Not once or twice, but many times, like stains had soaked deep into the grain, especially around the area near the stove. The axe I brought had already been in the shed, leaning against the wall. I assumed it came with the cabin, but something about it bothered me. The handle had a dark section, like it had been wet at some point, but it wasn't mold or rot. More like a long smear of something darker than the wood. It didn't smell, and I tried to ignore it, but I left it outside after that. On the third night, I was sitting by the fire outside, wrapped in my coat, when I heard something up on the ridge. It was distant, maybe 200 or 300 yards out. Just a snap of branches. It didn't seem strange at first. Animals move around a lot. Deer, maybe even a bear. But then I heard another snap. Then silence. Then a third. Like footsteps. Slow, spaced apart. Heavy. I stood still and turned off the flashlight. The coals from the fire gave off enough glow to see the cabin outline behind me, but everything else was just black shapes and outlines. I didn't hear anything else. I waited for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I went inside, latched the door, and didn't sleep well that night. By the 5th day, the silence started to feel like pressure. It wasn't peaceful anymore. I'd sit on the cot and feel like I was being watched, even though I knew I was alone. I kept hearing creaks and cracks from the trees outside, and every time I looked out, there was nothing. But the woods had started to change. Branches were broken off in clean snaps, sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. Not storm damage, not random, just snapped like someone or something had walked through and broken them on purpose. One morning, I walked out behind the cabin to relieve myself and saw something under the porch. It was a small pile of rocks. Not natural. Someone had stacked them into a neat little tower, 5 or 6 smooth stones, perfectly balanced. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I stared at it for a long time, then kicked it over. It didn't feel right. It wasn't something nature would do. I checked the lock on the cabin door. Still latched. The next night, I locked the door again and shoved a chair under the knob. Not because I thought it would help, but because I needed to feel like I was doing something. That night, I heard movement. Not outside, inside. A creak on the floorboards near the sink. I didn't move. I just lay there under the blanket, staring into the dark, barely breathing. My heartbeat was so loud it felt like someone could hear it. After a few minutes, nothing happened. I sat up, turned on my flashlight, and swept the room. Empty, but something was off. The small can of coffee I kept on the shelf was open. I always kept the lid on tight, but now it was loose. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I checked every inch of the cabin. The windows had no signs of forced entry. The door lock wasn't broken. Nothing else was touched. But I saw something out by the stream that made my chest go cold. A set of prints. Bare feet. Not animal. Human. Adult-sized. Fresh. The ground was soft and damp, and I could see the heel marks. The toes. I followed them for a few yards before they disappeared into the underbrush. That day, I packed up my stuff and decided to leave early. I didn't care about the rest of my booking. I just wanted to get out. But when I got to my truck, the battery was dead. I had left the keys in the ignition like an idiot, and the dome light had been left on. It had drained the battery completely. I tried to jump it with a small solar charger I had, but it didn't have enough juice. I was stuck. I kept calm, told myself I'd walk to the nearest road in the morning. It was at least 5 or 6 miles. I could do it. I had hiked more than that before. I made a plan, ate a full meal, charged my flashlight from the solar panel, got my shoes ready. That night was the longest of my life. Around midnight, I heard movement on the porch. Not animals, definite steps. Slow, deliberate. The boards creaked just once, then again, then a long silence. I sat frozen on the cot, flashlight in hand, but didn't turn it on. I didn't want to draw attention. I sat there for over an hour, sweating through my shirt, eyes locked on the door. Then a single knock, just one. Not loud, just a knock. Then silence again. No retreating footsteps, no running, nothing. I didn't move until dawn. When the sun came up, I opened the door slowly. There was nothing there, but under the porch, the rock tower was back. Same number of stones, perfectly stacked. I didn't eat, I didn't pack. I just took my backpack, grabbed a bottle of water, and started walking. I left the cabin door wide open behind me. The trail was rough. My legs hurt. I tripped twice, scraped my arm on a branch. But I didn't care. I kept going until I reached the dirt road. Then I followed it to the fork where I turned in 6 days earlier. It took me 5 hours to reach a ranger outpost. I told them I got lost hiking and needed help with my truck. I didn't say anything about the cabin. They gave me a ride back. A tow truck came later. I never went back inside. A week later, back in the city, I searched the cabin listing online again, and it was gone. Completely removed. Not just booked, deleted. I tried to message the host, but the account was disabled. I never found out who had been living out there, or how long they'd been watching. All I knew was they hadn't wanted me there, and I wasn't going to risk staying long enough for them to make that clearer. I had been working from home for over a year, and everything had started to blur together. Same bed, same chair, same meals, same sounds. Even the weekends felt like weekdays. The apartment walls felt like they were closing in on me slowly. So when my cousin offered to let me use his cabin for a couple of weeks, I didn't think twice. I just packed up some clothes, my laptop, some groceries, and took off. The idea was to work a little, relax a lot, and maybe get back in touch with the side of me that used to enjoy silence. The cabin was tucked deep into the woods of northern Minnesota. It had no neighbors within at least a mile radius in any direction. There was no cell signal, no internet. Electricity came from a small solar setup, and water had to be pumped from a well outside. It was isolated, quiet, and simple, exactly what I wanted. I arrived in the late afternoon. The gravel road twisted through the woods until it ended in a clearing. The cabin stood at the edge of a frozen lake, half covered in snow. A small woodshed sat behind it next to the outhouse. Everything looked untouched and still. I walked up, unlocked the door, stepped inside, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could finally breathe. The cabin was one large open room with a bed in one corner, a small kitchen area with a propane stove, and a wood-burning stove in the center. The air inside was ice cold, so the first thing I did was bring in firewood and start a fire. I unpacked, made myself some instant coffee, and sat by the fire with a blanket wrapped around me. I watched the sun go down through the small window. The lake outside turned dark blue, then black. By the time the stars came out, I couldn't hear anything but the wind moving through the trees. The first couple of days were peaceful. I slept better than I had in months. I woke up with the sun, cooked eggs and canned beans, and read a lot. I brought a few books with me and rotated through them while the fire crackled. I even started journaling again, something I hadn't done since college. I took long walks through the woods behind the cabin, following old animal tracks and listening to the snow crunch beneath my boots. Everything was quiet. There were no signs of people, no planes overhead, no traffic. It was like the rest of the world didn't exist. But then, on the fourth night, something changed. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up, not suddenly, but gradually. I wasn't dreaming. My eyes just opened. Something had pulled me out of sleep, though I couldn't say what. The cabin was dark except for the red glow from the stove. I lay there under the heavy blankets, listening. At first, I heard nothing, just a low pop of burning wood. Then I heard a crunch outside. It wasn't loud, just one crunch, like a foot pressing down on snow. I stayed still. Maybe a deer had wandered close. But then it came again. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. It was slow. Too slow for an animal. And steady. I lifted my head slightly and looked toward the window. But from the bed, I couldn't see anything outside. I told myself it was probably just snow falling off the roof or a branch bending in the wind. But the sound continued. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Getting closer. I slowly sat up and swung my legs over the bed. I moved carefully across the cold floor to the window. I peeked through a gap in the curtain. There was nothing there. I stood still for a long time. I didn't want to open the door or turn on a light. I just waited. The sound had stopped. I climbed back into bed but didn't fall asleep again for a long time. The next morning, I found footprints. They were about 30 feet from the cabin, just at the edge of the trees. One set. Adult-sized boots. They came out of the woods, circled the cabin once, then returned into the woods from the same side. I stared at them for at least a minute. My first thought was that someone was lost or maybe hiking through, but that made no sense. There was no trail nearby, and who hikes through dense snow at night with no light? I checked the woodshed. All the tools were still there: axe, saw, shovel. Nothing disturbed. I checked my car. Still locked. I even checked around the lake. No other tracks. By noon, the snow had started to fall again, covering the prints. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept listening for the sound again, but it didn't come. The night passed quietly, so did the one after that. I started to convince myself I had overreacted. Maybe it had been an old print, left from weeks ago. Maybe a hunter had passed through and seen the cabin and left without bothering anything. People do weird things. But then, on the 6th night, I found something strange on the porch. It was a spoon, just a metal spoon, but it wasn't mine. I had brought 4 spoons with me, all silver-colored. This one was different, darker, slightly bent, with a worn black handle. I found it sitting right in the middle of the porch railing, like someone had placed it there deliberately. I checked the rest of the porch. Nothing else had been moved. The door was still locked. But that spoon just sat there, like a quiet message. Not a threat, just a sign. I brought it inside and put it in the drawer. That night, I stayed up late reading. I kept the fire going hot and sat with a flashlight in my lap. I didn't want to sleep. I didn't even feel tired. Around 1:30 in the morning, I heard it again, the crunching, this time from the other side of the cabin. I turned off the flashlight and stayed perfectly still. Crunch, pause, crunch. It moved around slowly, passing by the window toward the porch. I moved quietly to the stove and picked up the iron poker, holding it in one hand while I listened. Then I heard the porch creak. Not once, twice, then silence. I waited for 10 minutes, maybe longer. My hands started to go numb from holding the poker. I finally crept toward the window, looked out again, but saw only snow falling. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, the spoon was gone. It was no longer in the drawer. I know I had put it there. I even remembered sliding it under the butter knife. But now it was gone. I opened every drawer, checked under the counters, even looked behind the stove. It wasn't there. I went out to the woodshed and grabbed the axe. I brought it inside and left it next to the bed. That day, I barely ate. My stomach felt knotted. I didn't go for a walk. I stayed close to the stove, sharpening the axe on a flat stone I found on the porch. I kept checking the window every few minutes, but I never saw anyone. That night, I stacked wood inside and blocked the door with a chair. I stayed in bed with the axe in my hand. And again, I heard it. Crunch, crunch, pause. It moved around the cabin slower this time. I didn't even bother looking out. I just lay there, heart pounding. Then, a sound I didn't expect. A knock, not hard, just one knock, right in the center of the front door. Then nothing. I didn't sleep at all that night. I waited until the sun came up before moving. When I finally opened the door, there were no new tracks. The wind had blown hard overnight, so the snow was covered in drifts. Whatever had been out there had either left quickly or was still close. I made a decision then. I had one more night before I planned to leave anyway, but I decided not to wait. I packed up my bag, loaded my car, and planned to drive out. But when I turned the key, the car didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood. The battery cables were gone. Not loose. Gone. Cut. There were no footprints near the car. No tracks in the snow. Whoever had done it knew how to cover their trail. I stood there, breathing heavy. I felt exposed. The woods around me looked different now, closer. Couldn't walk out. The nearest road was miles away, and the cold would kill me overnight. I went back inside, locked the door, pulled the chair back under the handle. The axe stayed in my hands the rest of the day. When the sun went down, I didn't light the stove. I didn't want to give away that I was still inside. I sat in the dark with the axe across my lap, listening. Around 10 p.m., I heard the snow again. Crunch, crunch. This time, faster. Then, another knock. 2 knocks. I didn't move. Then I heard something slide under the door. When I checked, it was the spoon. The same bent spoon with the black handle. I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun came up, I opened the door carefully. No one in sight. I stepped outside, walked around the cabin, then checked the woodshed. That's when I saw it. There was a camera, hidden up in the trees, pointed at the cabin. A small hunting camera strapped to a branch. I climbed up, pulled it down, and looked inside. The SD card was still in it. I brought it inside and connected it to my laptop. There were dozens of videos, all recent, all from the past 2 weeks. Some taken during the day, some at night. They showed me walking, me chopping wood, me reading by the stove, even me sleeping. Someone had been watching me from the start. I grabbed the axe and ran back outside. I checked every tree. I had been driving for almost 7 hours when I finally turned off the main highway and onto a narrow, cracked road that barely looked like it was used anymore. Tall pine trees lined both sides, bending slightly inward like they were trying to touch above the center of the road. I slowed down to avoid the potholes and sharp rocks. The last stretch to the cabin was a mess. More dirt than road, but I knew this was the price of getting away from everything. I wanted quiet. I wanted no one around. That was the whole point. I had found the cabin through a rental website that advertised remote, rugged peace. It was cheap, too cheap, but I wasn't thinking straight when I booked it. Work had been eating me alive for months. Deadlines, long nights, constant pressure. I was burnt out. I just needed space, somewhere I could switch off. So when I saw the photos of that old wooden cabin deep in the hills with no neighbors for miles, I jumped at it. The gravel crackled under my tires as I finally pulled up. The cabin stood on a gentle slope above an old quarry that hadn't been used in decades. You could see the edge of it just past the tree line, a massive bowl carved into the earth. From the driveway, the cabin looked fine. It had a rusty metal roof and faded logs, but the porch was solid, and the door wasn't hanging off its hinges. The pictures hadn't lied. I shut off the car and stepped out. The air was dry and full of pine. I stretched my legs, then opened the trunk to start unpacking. I had brought everything I thought I'd need: 2 weeks of food, water jugs, a propane heater, books, my old camping gear, and a power bank for my phone and laptop. I didn't plan on using the phone much, though. I just wanted to sit, hike, read, and be left alone. Inside, the place smelled like old wood and something stale. Not bad, just unused. The main room had a small wood stove in the corner, a rocking chair, a low table, and a narrow bed with a lumpy mattress. The windows were dirty, but they let in enough light. There was a tiny kitchen area with a sink that didn't work and a few shelves. No fridge, no oven, just a propane burner and some cabinets with old dishes. I was fine with that. I wasn't here for luxury. There was no cell service, just like the listing warned. I tried anyway, waving my phone around. Nothing. I switched it off to save the battery. I figured I'd check it every few days in case it picked up a signal by chance. Otherwise, I was off-grid. The first couple of days were quiet. I slept late, hiked a bit around the quarry rim, read outside in the sun. At night, I used a lantern and bundled up under 3 blankets since it got cold fast. I didn't see a single person. No hikers, no hunters, no rangers. I liked it that way. I cooked basic meals and ate slowly, with no noise but the wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. It was what I wanted. But after the 3rd night, something felt off. It started with little things. I'd go outside in the morning and notice something moved slightly, like my folding chair on the porch had shifted. Once, a small stone I'd put on top of my map to hold it down had rolled off overnight. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe I had bumped it. I brushed it off. But on the 4th night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a noise. It wasn't loud, more like a shuffle, a dragging sound, came from outside, near the side of the cabin. I lay still, holding my breath. Then it stopped. I waited 5 minutes, maybe 10. Nothing. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. In the morning, I stepped outside and saw a few scuff marks in the dirt. Long lines, like someone had dragged something heavy. It led from the trees up toward the sidewall, but they were faint. Could have been a raccoon or a deer. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I tried to relax that day, but my mind kept going back to the sound. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, checked the woodshed, even looked under the porch. Nothing unusual. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, that night, I locked the door and placed one of my big gear bags in front of it, just in case. That night was worse. I woke up to a louder sound, like boots stepping on dry leaves. They were close, very close. I didn't move. The sound circled the cabin slowly. I could hear it crunching outside the window, then near the back. I stared into the dark, waiting for it to pass. Then silence. It stayed quiet for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep much. In the morning, I checked again. This time, I found something new: 3 small stones placed neatly in a triangle shape on the front steps. I hadn't put them there. I would have remembered. It was too specific, too deliberate. Something was wrong. I took the stones and tossed them into the woods. Then I walked around the cabin again, scanning for prints or anything odd. The ground was too dry for tracks, but near the back wall, I found a piece of torn fabric stuck to a branch. It was dark green, like from a jacket. I didn't wear green. I considered leaving right then, but I told myself maybe it had been there already, and I hadn't noticed. Maybe someone had camped out here months ago and left it. Still, I kept my hunting knife on me the rest of the day. That afternoon, I hiked to the rim of the quarry, trying to clear my head. It was deeper than I'd realized, with sheer rocky walls and loose gravel everywhere. There were faded signs warning people to stay back. I didn't get too close. Down in the basin of the quarry, I saw an old shack half buried in brush. I hadn't seen it before. It looked like a storage shed or a tool shack from when the quarry was active. The roof was half collapsed, and the walls were gray with rot. I decided not to go down. Something about it made me uneasy. That night, the sound came back. This time, it wasn't outside. It came from under the cabin. I heard slow, dragging noises beneath the floorboards, like someone crawling. I froze in bed, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding. The floor was thin, and I could hear the creak of weight shifting below me. Then it stopped. For hours, I lay there, not sleeping, not moving. When dawn came, I rushed outside and looked under the cabin. There was space, maybe 2 feet high between the ground and the floor. I crouched and scanned with a flashlight. Empty. Nothing there. But the dirt was disturbed. Fresh tracks, small handprints in the dust, like someone had actually been crawling underneath. I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't wildlife. This wasn't a raccoon or a fox. This was a person. I packed everything that morning. I stuffed my clothes, food, and gear into the trunk and started the car. It didn't start. The engine clicked once and went dead. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine, but I'm no mechanic. I didn't know what to look for. The battery hadn't been old. I'd had it checked a month before. Still, it was dead. I was stuck. I had no signal, no way to call anyone. The nearest town was 20 miles away. I could hike it, but not at night. So I brought everything back inside and locked the door again. That night, I stayed fully dressed, sitting on the bed with my knife. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, steady. Then a soft thump against the door. Not a knock. More like a shoulder pressing into it gently, testing. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. At first light, I packed a backpack with food, water, my knife, and my flashlight. I left everything else. I was gonna hike to the highway and flag someone down. I knew roughly which direction it was, back down the road, follow the trail for about 12 miles. I made it 3 miles before I saw the figure. He was standing just off the path, maybe 30 feet into the trees. He wasn't moving, just watching me. He wore a green jacket, dark pants. I couldn't see his face. I kept walking like I hadn't seen him. I didn't run. I didn't look back. I just kept my pace steady. I walked until my legs gave out around dusk. I didn't know where I was. The path had split at some point and I had taken the wrong turn. I hadn't passed any signs or markers, just trees, everywhere. I slept under a tree with my knife in hand. I barely slept at all. The next day, I followed the sun, trying to head east. After hours of walking, I saw the quarry again. Somehow, I had circled all the way back. I nearly collapsed. I didn't want to go back to the cabin, but I had no choice. I needed shelter. I needed to rest. I stepped onto the porch just before dark. I unlocked the door, walked inside, and froze. The bed was unmade. I had made it before I left. I remembered pulling the blanket tight, but now it was messy. Not just messy, sunken in like someone had been lying there. Then I saw it. A single boot print near the door, larger than mine, heavy. I locked the door, sat in the corner with my back against the wall, and kept the knife on my lap all night. I didn't hear anything. No steps, no sounds, just the wind outside. The next morning, I opened the door slowly. Nothing outside, but in the dirt, more. I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin up in the northern woods, about 5 hours from where I lived. I'd found it on an old outdoor forum that had a thread about places to rent for cheap if you were okay being totally off-grid. It wasn't listed on any rental site or app, Just a guy who had posted years ago that he had a small one-room cabin deep in the woods that could be rented for cheap by people who wanted to get away from it all. It had no running water, no power, no cell signal. He'd left his email and a phone number. I emailed him. 2 days later, he replied with a PayPal link and basic instructions on how to get there. He said it was still available, only $50 for a week, and he didn't even care what dates I went. "It's just sitting there," he'd written. "You won't see another soul." I liked the sound of that. I'd been having a rough time. Some job stuff, some personal stuff, mostly just stress building up. I wasn't looking for fun or excitement. I just wanted to be left alone, to clear my head. I loaded my car with the basics: sleeping bag, some food, flashlight, a good knife, a canteen, a camping stove, a small hatchet, and a heavy old backpack I'd used during a failed thru hike years ago. I brought a notebook too. Not because I thought I'd write anything interesting, but because I liked putting things down on paper when I didn't want them swirling around in my head. The cabin was 5 miles down a dirt trail, and you had to park at a small clearing where an old hunting stand sat. From there, it was about a 2-mile hike in, following a narrow footpath marked with faint orange blazes. The first sign that something was off came the second I arrived. Not something dramatic, just something that didn't match what I'd been told. I got to the clearing around noon. My GPS gave up about 10 minutes before that, so I followed the old instructions. Turn left after the bent pine, park by the rotted deer stand. The deer stand was still there, but the top part was gone. Just the 4 support poles remained, like someone had pulled the top off. I didn't think much of it. Time passes, wood rots. Maybe a storm had blown the upper part off. I parked under a crooked birch tree and got out. The air was still, quiet, thick with heat and the sound of bugs. I pulled my pack on, locked the car, and started walking. I didn't see any orange blazes for a while and started to think maybe I was going the wrong way. But eventually I found one. Then another. After about 20 minutes of steady hiking, I reached the cabin. It sat in a small clearing that looked like it had once been kept tidy but had grown a little wild. Grass came up to my knees in places. The wood siding was old and gray, with moss creeping up the bottom near the foundation. The roof sagged a little in the middle. There were no signs of animals or people, no tire tracks, no chopped wood, nothing fresh. Just a single wooden structure with 1 door, 2 small windows on the front, and a small tin chimney. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I walked around it slowly. No footprints in the grass, no marks in the dirt. The padlock on the front door was rusted, but it opened easily with the key I'd been given. Inside it was plain. 1 room, wooden floor, a table, a small metal stove in one corner, and a wooden bed frame with a flat mattress. Some old books sat on a shelf above the table. There was a small cabinet with some candles, matches, and a few utensils. I sat down on the bed and just listened for a while. Nothing. No birds, no wind, no distant traffic. Just silence. I spent the first day cleaning out dust and cobwebs, unpacking, getting used to the stillness. I boiled some water on the stove, made some instant noodles, then went for a short walk. I didn't go far, just enough to circle the area and get familiar with the trees and rocks nearby. I came back before it got dark. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't fear, just a strange sort of alertness, the kind you feel in a place you don't know, where every sound feels sharp. I heard something scurry across the roof at one point, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel. I ignored it. Eventually, I fell asleep. The second day started quiet. I made coffee on the stove, ate a granola bar, then wrote in my notebook. I kept feeling like I was forgetting something, like I had left a door open or a bag behind. That kind of small, nagging thought that wouldn't go away. I walked behind the cabin for a while, following the trees uphill. I saw a small stream about half a mile north and made a note to come back with my canteen. On my way back, I saw it. A single boot print in the dirt about 50 feet behind the cabin. It was shaped clearly in the soft earth, like it had been made recently. Too recent. I bent down and looked at it closer. It was definitely from a hiking boot, bigger than my foot, deep heel, shallow toe, pointed toward the cabin, not away. I looked around. No other prints, just that one. I tried to explain it away. Maybe it had been there for a while. Maybe the wind had uncovered it. Maybe someone had stayed here recently, even if the owner didn't mention it. Still, it made me feel watched, even if I couldn't see anyone. That night, I stayed awake longer than the night before. I lit a candle, read from one of the old books on the shelf, then sat in silence. Around midnight, I heard something again. But this time, it wasn't an animal. It was slower, heavier, like a careful footstep on the ground outside the wall. Just one. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling and waited. After a few minutes, I got up, pulled my knife from my pack, and sat by the window. I stared into the dark until my eyes burned. Nothing moved. I didn't see anything, but I didn't sleep either. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found no tracks, no broken twigs, no trash, nothing. Still, I decided to stay outside most of the day away from the cabin. I figured maybe I was just getting paranoid. I followed the stream north, then east, deeper into the woods. The trees were thick and the trail was uneven. I saw no animals, no people, just more trees. I sat for a while by the water and tried to calm myself. The sound of the water helped. I stayed out longer than I meant to. By the time I got back, it was almost dark, and when I stepped inside the cabin, I knew something had changed. The air felt different. My backpack, which I'd left zipped up on the table, was open. Not dumped out, just unzipped. Nothing was missing, at least not that I could see, but someone had touched it. I stood in the doorway for a long time, trying to hear if anyone else was still inside, but there was no one. The floor creaked when I walked, the way old wood does when it's settled, but there were no extra noises, no footsteps. Still, I didn't unpack that night. I slept with my boots on, my knife in my hand. The next day, I left before the sun came up. I didn't pack much, just my knife, my flashlight, and my canteen. I didn't want to make noise. I moved slowly, checking behind trees, listening for movement. I didn't follow the trail. I moved in a wide arc, trying to see if I could spot any signs of another person. I found nothing until I reached the stream again. There, on a flat rock, I saw a tin can, a modern one, not rusted. A can of beans, opened with a blade, not a can opener. The edges were jagged. Flies buzzed inside it. There were no footprints around it. No trash, no wrappers, no sign of a fire. Just the can. Someone had eaten there, recently, and they didn't want to be found. I moved back slowly, making sure not to take the same path. I approached the cabin from the opposite side. When I got close, I crouched and waited. I stayed like that for almost an hour. Nothing moved. Eventually, I went inside. I locked the door behind me and slid the table in front of it. I didn't light a candle that night. I sat in the dark. And then, after hours of silence, I heard it again. A slow, steady step. Then another, outside the wall. Then a pause. Then something brushed against the window. Not scratching, just a soft push like a hand pressing against the glass. I didn't move. I just stared into the dark and waited. The sound stopped after a while. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I just shoved what I could into my pack and left the rest. I ran most of the way back to my car. I tripped more than once, scraped my arm on a branch, almost rolled my ankle in a ditch, but I kept going. When I reached the clearing, my car was still there. Nothing broken, nothing stolen. I threw my bag inside and got in. But before I could start the engine, I saw something in the rearview mirror. A man standing halfway down the trail, not moving, not hiding, just watching. I stared at him, trying to see his face, but the trees were too thick. He didn't wave. He didn't step forward. He just stood there, and I couldn't tell how long he had been there. I started the car and drove away. I didn't go back. I didn't report it. I told myself maybe it was just a local. Maybe he didn't mean harm. Maybe he lived out there off-grid and just... It was early October when I decided to take a week off from work and spend some quiet time in the woods. I had been feeling burned out for months, mentally worn down from the constant noise of the city, the non-stop notifications on my phone, and just people in general. I wanted to get away from all of it. I didn't want beaches or resorts. I wanted silence, real silence. I wanted to wake up without hearing traffic, to walk without looking over my shoulder, to sit somewhere and just hear nothing but the wind in the trees. A friend of mine told me about a small cabin deep in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Not too far from a lake, but far enough that most people wouldn't stumble across it. He had used it the year before during winter hunting season and said it had everything I'd need. A generator, a wood stove, basic furniture, even a stocked pantry and freezer. It was owned by someone he knew loosely, some retired guy who rented it out quietly through word of mouth. I paid for the week and got the access code to the key lockbox. There was no cell service out there, no internet, and no neighbors for miles. Took me about 9 hours to drive up there from where I lived. I left early and got there just before dusk. The last 30 minutes of the drive were down a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for my car. Trees closed in tightly on both sides, and by the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, my headlights were already on. The place was small, maybe 25 feet by 25 feet, with dark weathered wood siding and a pitched green metal roof. A stone chimney jutted out from one side. The windows were covered with old mosquito screens. There was a small porch out front with a wooden bench and a rusted metal shovel leaning against the wall. The area around the cabin was mostly flat but surrounded by thick forest. Maples, birches, and pines so tall I could barely see the tops. Behind the cabin was an old metal shed and a path leading off into the woods. I could hear the distant sound of running water, probably a creek. Inside, the cabin smelled like wood smoke and dry pine. The walls were built from thick logs, dark from age. There was a main room with a bed, a couch, a small dining table, and a kitchen area with a sink and gas stove. The freezer sat beside the door. A bathroom with a compost toilet was tucked in the back corner. Everything looked old but clean. There were metal lanterns hanging from hooks, and a big axe leaned in the corner near a stack of split wood. The first night passed without anything unusual. I cooked a can of chili, read a bit from a book I brought, and sat on the porch for a while just listening to the wind in the trees. It was cold, but the wood stove kept the cabin warm. That night, I fell asleep quickly, the kind of deep, quiet sleep you only get when you're far from everything. The next day, I woke up late. It was almost 9. The sun was out but weak, and the air was sharp and cold. I made some coffee, then spent a few hours walking around the area. I didn't wander far. I stayed within view of the cabin, circling it, checking out the shed and the trail behind it. The trail looked barely used. Grass had grown up through the middle of it, and I guessed it was probably a utility trail from when the cabin was first built. I found an old deer stand about 100 yards in, but nothing else. That afternoon, I decided to check the freezer. I figured it'd have some meat or frozen vegetables. When I opened it, I was surprised by how packed it was. Wrapped meats, frozen stews, and plastic containers of what looked like pasta or rice. Everything was sealed, labeled, and organized. But something about it bothered me. I couldn't explain it at first. It was just a strange feeling. There was nothing obviously wrong. The food looked normal. Nothing smelled. But I kept staring at the bottom layer, the stuff that had been there the longest. The labels were written in the same handwriting, all neatly in black marker. But the dates were strange. They weren't spread out like you'd expect if someone had stocked it gradually over months or years. They were all from the same week, September 10th to September 17th, 2023. That stuck with me. All of it had been frozen during the same week over a year ago. Nothing had been added since. It was like someone had come up here, cooked a bunch of food, frozen it all in one go, and then never came back. I closed the lid and tried not to think about it. The second night was quieter. I stayed inside, read, and made some rice and beans. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a soft rustling, like someone dragging a stick across the side of the cabin. I sat up in bed and listened. After a few seconds, it stopped. I waited a while, then went back to sleep. In the morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks or marks. There weren't any. No footprints, no scratch marks. Could have been an animal, a raccoon or something, I told myself not to overthink it. That day, I hiked further down the trail behind the shed. It went on longer than I expected. I walked for about 45 minutes, thinking it might loop around or lead to something interesting. Eventually, I came to another small clearing. There were remains of an old structure there. Just some rotted beams, a collapsed roof, and a rusted metal chair with half its legs sunk into the ground. I looked around but didn't see anything else. I turned back before it got too late. When I got back to the cabin, the front door was open. I froze. I was sure I had locked it. I always locked it, even though I was out in the middle of nowhere. I stepped inside, heart pounding, and looked around. Nothing seemed missing. Nothing looked moved. I checked every corner, every drawer, even under the bed. The windows were still shut, and nothing was broken. I didn't know what to think. Maybe I hadn't locked it. Maybe the wind had blown it open, even though that didn't make sense. The latch was strong, and the door was heavy. I locked it again and kept the axe beside me the rest of the night. I barely slept. The next morning, I checked the freezer again. I don't know why. Something about it kept bothering me. I opened the lid and looked at the bottom layer again. I pulled out one of the containers labeled Beef Stew, September 14th. I let it thaw a little, then opened it. It smelled fine. Nothing rotten. I poked around with a spoon. It looked like stew, but something about the texture was wrong. The meat didn't look like beef. The color was off. I stared at it, my stomach twisting. The chunks were irregular, like they'd been torn instead of cut. Some of them had bits of gristle or tendon still attached in strange ways. And there were tiny slivers of what looked like fingernail. I dropped the container and backed away. I didn't want to believe it. My brain tried to come up with other explanations. Maybe it was just an odd cut of meat. Maybe it had been frozen too long and lost color. Maybe I was just tired and imagining things, but I couldn't shake it. That night, I couldn't relax. I locked the door, shut all the windows, and pushed the table in front of the door. I kept the axe with me. I sat awake, listening. Every creak in the wood, every gust of wind made my skin crawl. Sometime after midnight, I heard something move outside again. This time it was heavier, not rustling, more like someone stepping slowly through dry leaves. Then it stopped right outside the wall near the bed. I held my breath. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, heart hammering. Then I heard the freezer lid open. I jumped up and ran into the kitchen. The lid was open. I had shut it earlier. I was sure of it. The wind didn't open that lid. It was heavy and sealed tight. I slammed it shut and locked it with the chain and padlock that was attached to the side. I hadn't noticed the lock before. It was tucked under the hinge. I didn't care who it belonged to anymore. I wasn't touching anything in there again. I didn't sleep at all that night. To first light, I packed everything. I didn't care that I had paid for the full week. I wanted to leave. I tossed my bag into the back of the car and started the engine. As I pulled away, I glanced at the shed one last time. The door was open. I hadn't opened it. I stopped the car. Part of me wanted to keep driving, to get out and never look back. But something made me walk back. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted answers. Maybe I wanted to be sure I wasn't losing my mind. Inside the shed, it was dark and smelled like rust. There was an old generator, a few gas cans, and shelves of tools. But in the corner, under a tarp, I found something that turned my stomach. It was a chest freezer, the same kind as the one in the cabin, locked with a chain, and on top of it, a notebook. I took the notebook and left. I drove until I got cell service, then stopped at a gas station. I sat in the parking lot and opened the notebook. It was a log, a food log, but not like a diet or meal plan. Each page listed meals, dates, and weights, names, ages, dates of birth. I flipped through in disbelief. It wasn't animal meat. I felt sick. I didn't go to the police right away. I drove home first. I tried to convince myself it was fake, a sick joke, but I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I kept seeing the labels in the freezer, the neat handwriting. I don't really tell this story to people, not because I'm afraid they won't believe me. In fact, I know they probably would. There's no ghosts, no strange lights in the sky, no strange creatures. Just a bad situation. A real one. The kind that could happen to anyone with just a few wrong decisions made in a row. It started last fall. Around the end of October, the air had that sharp chill that makes your breath look like smoke in the morning, but the sun still had a bit of warmth left in it during the day. I'd been going through a rough patch in my life. Burned out from work, relationship on the rocks, and just this constant noise in my head that wouldn't quiet down no matter what I tried. I figured I needed a break, and more than that, I needed to be alone. Not alone in the sense of turning off my phone and sitting at home. I mean really alone. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors. So I rented this cabin up in the northern woods. It was a place a coworker had mentioned months earlier. Off-grid, basic, but stocked with the essentials. With stove, propane lamps, a good bed, some canned food in the cupboard. The kind of place hunters sometimes used in the fall, but otherwise mostly forgotten. The guy who owned it had built it decades ago and kept it for himself and a few trusted renters. There was no listing online. I got the number through word of mouth. The drive was long, a mix of paved back roads, then gravel, then finally a barely there dirt track that dipped and curved through the forest like it had been carved by deer. The further I got, the less I saw of other people. No gas stations, no stores, eventually no houses. By the time I pulled up in front of the cabin, I realized I hadn't seen another human being in over 2 hours. It was beautiful though, I'll give it that. The cabin sat about 50 yards back from a small lake. No beach or dock, just a gradual slope of pine needles and moss leading down to the water. The trees were tall and packed tightly together. Mostly pine and birch, their branches whispering in the breeze. The sky above was the clearest blue I'd seen in months. It was dead quiet. Not silent exactly, you could hear birds and wind and the creak of trees, but it was the kind of quiet that lets your mind slow down. The cabin itself was small, built from heavy logs darkened by time. There was a little porch with 2 wooden chairs, both tilted from age. The windows had thick shutters you could close from the inside. There was a single door with a big latch and a deadbolt. No locks from the outside, which I noticed right away. Made sense, who would break into a cabin in the middle of nowhere? Inside, it smelled of old wood and a bit of smoke. Dust hung in the air in tiny sunlit beams coming through the small windows. There was a single room that served as kitchen, living area, and bedroom. A small table in one corner with 2 chairs. A wood stove, a shelf with canned food, a narrow bed against the far wall with a thick wool blanket. No plumbing. There was an outhouse about 20 yards into the trees behind the cabin. Water had to be fetched from the lake. Felt exactly like what I'd wanted. Quiet, simple, no distractions, no people. The first 2 days were perfect. I chopped some wood, kept the stove going, ate canned beans and stew, made coffee in a metal pot, and read some old paperbacks I'd brought. My phone had lost service about 30 miles back, so I turned it off and stuck it in my bag. I started to sleep better. My head felt lighter. I didn't realize how long I'd been carrying all that stress around until it started to ease. I'd go to bed early, wake up with the sun, walk the shoreline, breathe the cold air until my lungs felt clean. But on the 3rd night, things started to feel off. It was around 11 p.m. I just finished reading a few chapters of some survival novel and was getting ready to sleep. I'd built a good fire in the stove so the cabin was warm, but I could hear the wind picking up outside. Leaves rustling hard, branches moving. I lay there in the dark, wrapped in the blanket, just listening. That kind of wind always made strange noises, especially out there where the trees pressed so close. At first, I assumed the occasional thump or crack was just a falling branch or pine cone. But then I heard footsteps. It was faint but clear, a steady crunching sound. Not an animal, not like a deer, which moves with irregular, almost cautious rhythm. These were even, slow. Someone walking, heavy boots on dry pine needles. I sat up in bed, heart suddenly thumping in my ears. I held my breath and waited. The sound stopped. I stayed frozen for a long time, maybe 10 minutes, straining to hear anything else. The wind kept blowing, but I didn't hear the footsteps again. Eventually, I told myself it had to be the trees. Maybe something fell. Maybe I'd misheard. I lay back down but didn't sleep well. Every sound outside had a different meaning now. Every creak felt suspicious. I kept the hatchet I'd been using for firewood beside my bed that night. In the morning, I walked around the cabin slowly, eyes scanning the ground. I saw nothing unusual. No footprints. No broken branches. The pine needles and leaves were thick and soft, but I still thought I'd see something if a person had been out there. I started to feel stupid. My brain was just adjusting to the quiet, I figured, probably imagining things. But the next night, I heard them again. Same time, around 11. Same steady crunch of steps. This time, closer. I turned off the oil lamp and sat in the dark, heart pounding. The fire in the stove had died down to red embers, so the room was dim. I crouched near the window, careful not to make a sound, and peered through the crack in the shutters. Nothing. I waited again. I don't know how long. 15 minutes, maybe. Then I saw movement, just a shadow between trees, low to the ground. It moved like someone ducking behind a bush. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I dropped away from the window and sat on the floor, not sure what to do. There was no one who could help me. No phone service. No neighbors. No roads. I stayed awake the entire night. I didn't hear more steps after that. Just the wind. By morning, my hands were shaking. I told myself I needed to calm down. I was probably overreacting, but I couldn't let it go. I needed to know if someone was out there, so I started checking. Each morning, I walked a little farther out from the cabin. I checked around the outhouse. I went down by the lake. I searched for footprints, signs of disturbed branches, anything that might confirm what I'd heard. And on the 5th morning, I found it. Behind the woodshed, I found an old rusty shovel leaning against a tree. I hadn't put it there. It wasn't there the day before. I was sure of that. And next to it, the ground was disturbed, like someone had tried to dig, but gave up halfway. The soil was turned up in a wide, shallow patch maybe 2 feet long. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in the cold, my breath fogging out in front of me. Then I walked back inside and locked the door. That day I stayed inside, axe nearby, heart racing every time a branch hit the roof. I started thinking about who would be out here. What kind of person? It wasn't a hunter. It wasn't some local farmer. There were no houses out here, no trails. Whoever it was, they didn't want me to know they were here. And they weren't trying to talk to me or scare me away. They were watching. That night, I pushed the table in front of the door. I stacked some pans on the windowsill so I'd hear if someone opened the shutters. I kept the stove going and stayed fully dressed, ready to run if I had to. At around 2 a.m., I heard movement again. But this time, it wasn't footsteps. It was a metallic clang, a soft sound, like something being moved gently. I waited, ears straining. Then silence again. Total, heavy silence. When daylight came, I waited a few hours before going outside. I circled the cabin and checked behind the woodshed again. The shovel was gone. I was done. I packed my stuff in a rush. I threw everything into my bag. Didn't eat breakfast. Didn't sweep the floor like I had the past few days. I just wanted out. I started the car and drove without looking back. I didn't stop for gas until I saw a real town with stores and traffic and people. Later that week, I called the guy who rented me the cabin. I told him what happened. He didn't act surprised. He just said he'd look into it. A month later, I read a small story buried in the local news. A hiker had gone missing in that same forest. They found his pack torn up. No body, just an area behind an old cabin where someone had been digging. They still haven't found the person, and I never went back. It started with a favor. I didn't even want to do it, really, but I owed him one. He had helped me move once, years ago, and now it was his turn to ask something from me. He was going on a 2-week trip to Alaska and needed someone to stay at his cabin in northern Idaho. Not just to check in once or twice, but to stay there, sleep, eat, watch over it like it was my own. I said yes before I really thought about it. The cabin wasn't some fancy lodge in a vacation spot. It was real, isolated, about 20 minutes from the nearest gas station, 30 from a town so small you could blink and miss it. It sat deep in the woods, a few miles off a dirt road that itself was hard to find without directions. No neighbors nearby, no cell signal once you passed the first ridge. The place was off-grid, powered by propane, a small solar setup, and a backup generator. No internet, no phone line, just trees, animals, and quiet. When I got there, I already had the keys. He left a typed sheet of instructions in a folder, things like how to switch between propane and solar power, how to work the water pump, how to start the generator if the power went out. He also left a rifle locked in a case with a short note on when to use it, just in case. Bears, maybe, or if someone trespassed. He made it sound like neither of those things ever really happened. I remember looking at that rifle for a long time before locking it back in the case. The first few days were fine. I'd wake up when the sun came in through the windows, cook breakfast on the gas stove, and then spend the mornings sitting on the porch with a book or a cup of coffee. The woods were thick, tall pine trees surrounding the whole place. You couldn't see far, and that made the place feel small, like the trees pushed in on all sides. Still, it was peaceful at first. The only sounds were the wind and the birds. Sometimes I'd hear things moving in the woods, but it was probably deer or squirrels. I kept the cabin locked when I wasn't inside, just because it felt like the thing to do. By the fifth night, something started to feel off. It was just a feeling at first. I couldn't explain it, like someone was watching me, or like I had forgotten something important. I went around checking all the locks on the doors and windows, even though I already knew they were locked. I turned on the outside lights and looked out through the kitchen window into the trees. There was nothing there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. When I finally went to bed, I left the lamp on. I slept poorly that night. Every sound outside woke me up. Something thumped near the side of the cabin once. Another time I heard what sounded like leaves moving right outside the bedroom window. By morning, I convinced myself I was being paranoid, just jumpy from being alone in the woods too long. I made coffee and took a walk down the dirt path leading out of the property, thinking the fresh air would help. Didn't. The forest felt different. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt heavy, too quiet, like the birds had stopped singing. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I walked, expecting to see someone, but no one was there. I saw animal prints in the dirt, maybe a raccoon or a fox, but nothing bigger than that. Later that afternoon, I decided to walk around the cabin's perimeter just to double-check everything. The propane tank was fine. The shed behind the cabin was locked. The power lines running to the solar battery looked normal. I walked around to the back window and saw something strange in the dirt. It looked like footprints, but not mine. They were spaced wrong, heavier. Wieder apart. I crouched down and looked at them closer. They were definitely boot prints, not sneakers like I wore and too big to be mine. They looked fresh, like someone had walked behind the cabin recently. That's when my stomach dropped. I went back inside, locked the door, and pulled out the folder with the instructions. There was nothing in there about anyone else coming by. No delivery, no check-in, nothing. Just me. I stood by the door for a while, listening. It was quiet, but the bad feeling was back. Stronger now. I felt like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. That night, I left more lights on than usual. I kept the rifle out of the case and set it by the kitchen counter. I didn't touch it, but I wanted it close. I sat at the table until late trying to read, but I couldn't focus. Around midnight, I heard a sound that made me freeze. It was a knock. Not loud, not frantic, just one knock, then silence. I stood there, frozen. It had come from the front door. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I waited, staring at the door like it would open on its own. After maybe 30 seconds, I crept over to the window beside the door and peeked out. No one was there. I turned on the porch light. Still no one. I stood like that for a long time, staring out the window, waiting for another knock. It never came. Eventually, I turned the light off and backed away. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the chair in the corner of the living room, holding the rifle in my lap, waiting for something else to happen. Didn't. In the morning, I checked outside again. There were boot prints on the porch now, clear as day. They led up to the front door and then turned around and went back toward the woods. It hadn't been my imagination. Someone had come to the door in the middle of the night, knocked once, and walked away. I considered leaving right then, just locking up and driving home. But I had told him I'd stay the full 2 weeks. I promised. I convinced myself it was just a hunter. Maybe someone lost or confused. Maybe they realized someone was staying in the cabin and left. That explanation made the most sense. So I stayed. But things didn't go back to normal. Every night after that, I heard movement outside, always after dark. Once I thought I heard breathing under the bedroom window. One morning I found that the shed door was wide open, even though I knew I had locked it. Nothing inside seemed missing, but it felt violated, like someone had been going through my things. On the 10th night, the generator cut out. The solar battery was drained, too. I didn't understand it. There had been plenty of sun that day, and the generator was full of fuel. I went out to check it with a flashlight and found the cable had been pulled out. Not just loose, *pulled star, like someone had yanked it with force. I plugged it back in and started it up, heart pounding in my chest the whole time. I couldn't see anything in the woods, but I felt eyes on me. I was sure of it. I went back inside and locked every door and window again. I sat in the living room with the lights off, staring at the trees. That was the night I saw him. It was just a glimpse between the trees, maybe 40 feet from the porch. A figure, tall, wearing a heavy coat and a hat, standing still. Not walking, not hiding, just standing, watching the cabin, watching me. I stared back, not moving, afraid that if I blinked, he'd disappear, or worse, move closer. After maybe a minute, he turned and walked away into the trees. Slow, like he had all the time in the world. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I packed my things. I didn't care about the promise anymore. I couldn't stay. But when I went out to the truck, the tires were slashed. All 4 of them. That moment hit me like a hammer. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone didn't want me to leave. Someone had been coming around the cabin at night, watching, waiting, and now they had made their move. They had cut off my escape. I went back inside and called for help on the emergency radio. It was old, one of those ham radios my friend kept for backup. I had never used it before, but I remembered where he said it was. I sent out a distress message and waited. Nothing. I tried again. Still nothing. That day passed in a blur. I kept the rifle with me at all times. I moved from window to window, watching for movement in the woods. Nothing came, but I knew he was still out there. I could feel it. That night was the worst. It started with the power cutting out again. Then I heard movement on the roof. Slow steps, just a few. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared up at the ceiling. After a while, I heard something at the back window. A soft scraping sound, like a blade on glass. I turned and raised the rifle but didn't see anything. Then there was a knock. Not at the front door this time, at the back one. Then another knock. And another. I aimed the rifle but didn't open the door. I waited. The knock stopped. Everything went quiet again. I didn't sleep at all. I sat with my back to the wall, watching both doors. By morning, I was shaking. I didn't care about the promise anymore. I took the spare tire from under the truck bed, only one was usable, and replaced the front right wheel. I couldn't drive far with 1 good tire and 3 bad ones, but I figured I could make it down to the highway. When I got inside the truck, I found something in the front seat. A photo. It was of me sitting on the porch from maybe 2 days earlier, taken from the woods. I felt sick. That meant he had been close enough to take pictures, close enough to watch me for days. I left. I didn't look back. The truck bounced down the dirt road, and I drove it harder than I should have. The steering was off, and I had been driving for about 9 hours when I finally turned off the main highway and onto a narrow dirt road that led up into the hills. The GPS had no name for the road, just a line that twisted through the forest like a crooked finger. I was alone, tired, and sore from sitting in the truck for so long. The weather had started to cool as I climbed higher in elevation, and the tall trees on either side of the road cast long shadows across the trail. It was late October, and most of the leaves had already fallen. The branches were bare, gray, and thin like bones stretching into the cloudy sky. The cabin I rented was deep in the hills, several miles from any main road. It was old, with no running water, no electricity, and barely any cell signal. That was the point. I wanted a break from everything. Work had drained me. I was fed up with noise, fed up with people, and I just wanted to spend a few days completely alone with nothing but the trees, the cold air, and the silence. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was just starting to get dark. The structure was small, just a single room with a wood-burning stove, a cot in the corner, and a small table. There was a dry toilet out back and a water pump about 20 yards from the front door. No lights, no heater, just a stack of firewood and a rusty axe leaning against the wall. The first night passed quietly. I made a small fire, heated up some canned stew I'd brought with me, and sat in the wooden chair by the window, staring out at the trees. The wind made a soft moaning sound as it passed through the branches. I didn't see anything unusual. I didn't hear any strange sounds. It was calm, peaceful even. I slept that night wrapped in a sleeping bag with my coat still on, the fire slowly dying down as the cold crept in. The next morning, I got up early and went for a walk up the ridge behind the cabin. The slope was steep, covered in leaves and loose rocks. I hiked for a good hour before reaching a small clearing near the top. From there, I could see the distant hills and valleys, the trees stretching out in every direction. It felt like I was the only person for miles. But that's when I noticed something strange. Down on the opposite ridge, across a narrow valley, I saw what looked like a figure standing still near a dead tree. They were far enough that I couldn't make out any details. Just the shape of a person, standing perfectly still, facing in my direction. I stood there, squinting, trying to figure out if it was a tree, a shadow, or an actual person. I didn't wave or call out. I just stood there, watching. After a minute or two, I looked down at my boots to brush off some leaves. When I looked back up, the figure was gone. It was probably nothing, maybe just a burnt tree stump or a trick of the light. I told myself that a few times and then made my way back down to the cabin. But the image of the figure stayed in my head all day. That evening, I didn't make a fire. I sat inside the cabin in the growing dark, wrapped in my sleeping bag and staring out the window. I didn't know why, but I felt unsettled. It was too quiet. I hadn't seen a single animal all day. Not a bird, not a squirrel, not even a deer. And the strange figure on the ridge kept creeping back into my thoughts. Before going to sleep, I stepped outside to use the toilet. The cold had deepened, and my breath came out in thick white clouds. As I stood there in the dark, I heard something in the woods. It wasn't loud, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. Then another. I stood still, ears straining. The footsteps stopped. I waited for a full minute, maybe two, then turned and walked back to the cabin, closing the door firmly behind me. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I didn't see anything unusual at first, but near the edge of the woods, I noticed something strange. Small prints in the dirt, not animal tracks. They looked like boot prints, the kind made by hiking shoes or worn-out work boots. The prints came out of the woods and stopped about 10 feet from the front door, then turned back into the trees. I stood there for a long time, just staring at them. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. No cars, no hikers, no sounds of distant engines. Whoever made those prints had come out of the woods while I was sleeping, walked right up near the cabin, and then left again. Or maybe they didn't leave. That day, I didn't hike. I stayed close to the cabin and kept my knife on me at all times. I even brought it when I pumped water. I spent most of the day chopping more wood, even though I had plenty. I just needed to move, to do something that kept my hands busy. The forest around me felt different. I kept catching glimpses of things in the corners of my eyes, shadows between trees, movement in the brush. But every time I turned, there was nothing there. That night, I did something I hadn't planned on doing. I kept the axe next to my bed. I also didn't sleep. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time slower, closer. I held my breath. The sound came from behind the cabin, then moved to the side, then toward the front. I stared at the door, heart thudding in my chest, every hair on my body standing up. Then I heard the doorknob move. It was soft, just a little rattle like someone testing it, seeing if it would turn. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just sat there in the dark, holding the axe and waiting. After a few seconds, the rattling stopped. Then silence. I waited, staring at the door for what felt like hours. Eventually, I got up, moved slowly to the window and looked out. Nothing. I didn't see anyone. No movement. No sounds. But the next morning, I found something even worse. On the wooden door, carved into the surface with what looked like a knife, were the words, "I see you." The letters were uneven, sloppy, but deep enough to leave marks. My stomach dropped when I saw it. I backed away from the door and stared at the trees. My first thought was to leave. I started packing right away, sleeping bag, food, everything. But when I turned the key in the ignition of my truck, nothing happened. Dead battery. I tried it again and again. Nothing. Just a soft click. I checked under the hood, thinking maybe a cable had come loose, but everything looked fine. I opened the gas tank, empty. I had filled it before the trip. The needle had been just under full when I got there. I hadn't driven since I parked. Someone had drained it. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the fire going and sat with my back against the wall, facing the door with the axe in my lap. My flashlight battery was low, and I didn't want to waste it. Every creak of the trees outside made me flinch. Every gust of wind made me grip the axe tighter. I waited for hours. At some point after midnight, I saw a shape move past the window. Just a shadow. Tall. Quick. I didn't make a sound. I waited. Then I heard something else. The soft sound of metal scraping against wood. I turned slowly toward the door. Another word was being carved. I waited until the sound stopped. Then I moved to the door and yanked it open. No one was there. The woods were dark and silent. The trees swayed gently in the cold wind. I looked down at the door. Under the first carving, a new word had been scratched into the wood. Tonight. I slammed the door shut and blocked it with the heavy chair. Then I turned off the flashlight and sat in the dark again. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just waited, heart pounding, eyes open wide. By morning, I was shaking from exhaustion. I needed to leave. I couldn't risk another night there. I grabbed what I could carry and took off into the woods on foot. I didn't follow the dirt road. I was afraid whoever was watching me would expect that. Instead, I moved uphill, trying to reach the ridge where I had seen the figure that first day. I climbed for hours, my legs burning, ears constantly listening for footsteps behind me. At one point, I thought I saw someone following me through the trees, but I couldn't be sure. I just kept going. I had no map, no signal, but I figured if I kept heading north, I would eventually hit a fire road or another cabin. Near sunset, I finally reached a ridge and spotted smoke in the distance. I moved toward it and found an old ranger's shack, abandoned, but with an old CB radio inside. I tried it, hoping someone would hear. Took several tries, but eventually I heard a crackled voice respond. I gave my name, my location, and told them I was in danger. They sent a ranger. He arrived after dark, armed, cautious, but friendly. I didn't say much at first, just that someone had been stalking me, carving messages into my cabin door, draining my gas. He didn't act surprised. Said something like this had happened before. Told me I was lucky to get out. When I asked him what he meant, he told me that last fall, a man had gone missing not far from where I'd stayed. His truck was found with an empty gas tank. Cabin door carved up. No sign of him ever found. I stayed quiet after that. I was taken back to town, cold, shaken, and completely exhausted. I got a motel room and tried to sleep, but I kept thinking about that last. I had been looking forward to that weekend for a long time. Life in the city had started to wear me down. The noise, the people, the non-stop movement, it was getting harder to think straight. I hadn't taken a break in months, and when my boss finally approved my leave, I knew exactly what I needed. Quiet, space, and somewhere far away from cell towers. A friend of mine had told me about an old family-owned cabin deep in the mountains, about a 4-hour drive from where I lived. It was barely listed anywhere online, and the family didn't advertise it much. That made it even better. He gave me their number, I called them, and an older woman answered. She told me the place was rustic but safe. She also said they usually only rent to people they know, but since I was recommended by a past guest, she'd make an exception. I paid her through a bank transfer, and she mailed me a key with directions. No GPS, just a hand-drawn map on yellow paper. That was another reason I liked it. I didn't want the trip to feel like a vacation with scheduled stops and online check-ins. I wanted to get away from everything, just disappear into the trees for a few days. Read, sleep, sit near a fire, maybe walk around the forest a little. I packed simple. A few sets of clothes, a flashlight, a portable power bank, a hatchet, some dry food, bottled water, a couple of books, a folding knife, a cheap burner phone with no data plan, just in case I had signal up there and needed to call, and some basic first aid stuff. It wasn't a hiking trip, but I brought boots just in case. I left at dawn. The city slowly thinned out behind me, replaced by hills, and then the hills turned into heavy forest. By the time I reached the dirt road shown on the map, my car was coated in dust. The road was narrow and rough. Branches scraped the roof. It twisted up into the mountains. No signs, no tire tracks, just dirt, trees, and a sharp drop on one side. The cabin finally appeared around a bend, tucked between thick trees. It looked exactly like I expected. Old, gray wood, a metal roof rusted at the edges, one small window in front, and a porch with uneven boards. There was a small woodpile next to it and a rusted metal barrel behind the cabin. No smoke, no noise, just wind and trees creaking a little. I got out and stood there for a while. Everything felt still. I listened hard, but there was nothing. No cars, no planes overhead. Felt like I was the only person for miles. That's what I wanted. I took a deep breath and went inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust. The floor creaked. There was a small fireplace made of stone, a metal sink that probably hadn't worked in years, a wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner with a thin mattress. A few cobwebs in the corners. The window looked out into the woods. There was no electricity, and the only light came from the window and the flashlight I'd brought. It was perfect. I set down my bag, made sure the door locked, and unpacked slowly. I wasn't in a rush. I put the food in a crate near the window, spread my sleeping bag on top of the mattress, checked the little storage closet near the fireplace, and found some old tools inside. An axe, a rusted saw, a coil of rope, some nails, and a broken lantern. The sun started dipping behind the trees around 6. The forest got darker fast. I built a small fire in the fireplace and sat near it just listening. I didn't check my phone once. I read a little, ate some crackers and beef jerky, drank water, and leaned back against the wall. It was so quiet, I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. The first night went fine. I thought I'd have trouble sleeping, but I passed out not long after the fire died. The cold woke me up once around 3 a.m., so I got up, threw on a hoodie, and went back to sleep. In the morning, I woke with the sun coming through the window. That day was uneventful. I wandered a little into the woods behind the cabin but didn't go far. I wasn't trying to hike deep into the forest. I just wanted some air. I followed a faint animal trail for maybe 20 minutes, marked a few trees with the hatchet to keep track of where I was, and then circled back. I spent the rest of the day writing in a notebook, eating and napping. I chopped some of the dry wood into smaller pieces for the fire that night. Nothing unusual happened. It was exactly the kind of peace I'd been craving. That changed the second night. It started with the feeling that someone was watching me. I was sitting near the fire again, the light flickering on the walls. I wasn't thinking about anything serious. Then, all of a sudden, I felt cold on the back of my neck. Not from the temperature, but from inside, like my body knew something before my brain did. I turned toward the window. It was dark outside, and I couldn't see anything beyond the glass. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there were eyes in the woods, staring straight into the cabin. I stood up slowly and went to the window, shining my flashlight through it. The beam lit up trees, branches, and nothing else. No animals, no movement. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe I'd been alone too long and was starting to spook myself. Still, I closed the curtain that night with a nail and a piece of old cloth I found in the closet. I locked the door and pushed the table against it, just in case. The wind picked up that night. It made the trees creak louder, and a few branches hit the roof. I lay awake longer than I wanted to, staring at the ceiling, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. I know what animals sound like. This was heavy, slow, like someone walking across the porch boards, one step at a time. Then it stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling, heart racing. Then the sound came again. Another step. Wood creaked. Then silence. I lay there for hours, eyes wide open. I didn't sleep again until the sky turned light. When I woke up, I went outside. The porch had footprints. Big ones. Boots. Someone had walked right up to the door. The dirt on the steps was still fresh, pressed down hard. I followed them to the edge of the porch where they disappeared into the woods. I stood there a long time, scanning the trees, but I didn't see anyone. I packed my bag. I considered leaving, but something stopped me. Maybe it was pride, or maybe I didn't want to admit I was scared. I told myself it was probably a hunter who got lost or someone passing by. Still, I kept the axe close that day. I didn't walk into the woods again. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair near the door with the axe in my hand and the flashlight on my lap. I didn't light a fire. I kept everything dark. Around midnight, I heard something again. This time, it wasn't the porch. It was the back of the cabin. Footsteps crunching leaves, moving slow. I didn't move. I held my breath and just listened. Then the footsteps stopped. I waited. Maybe 30 minutes passed. Then I heard breathing. Slow, steady breathing just outside the back wall. It was so close, I could almost feel it through the wood. Then something scratched the wall. Not an animal. Not claws. Fingernails. Slow, deliberate. A long drag from top to bottom. Then silence again. I sat there the rest of the night, sweating, heart pounding, too scared to move. When the sun came up, I ran outside with the axe. Nothing. The back wall had faint marks, like fingers, 5 long scratches. No tracks, no sign of anyone. I left that morning. I didn't clean up. I didn't fold the blankets or put the tools back. I grabbed my stuff, locked the cabin, got in my car, and drove back down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was back on the highway. 2 days later, I called the number the woman gave me. No answer. I tried again. Still nothing. A week passed. Then I got a call back from a different number. It was a man. He said his mother used to rent the cabin, but she died 2 years ago. I told him I'd stayed there recently, and he went quiet for a while. Then he said the cabin hadn't been rented to anyone in a long time. The family hadn't even been up there since the funeral. I asked him if he was sure. He said yes. Then he hung up. I sat there for a long time holding the phone. I don't know who I paid. I don't know who mailed me that key or drew that map. I've tried tracing the envelope. It had no return address. The money I sent went to a closed account. The cabin is real, but someone else was out there in those woods, watching. I don't go into forests anymore. Not alone. I don't rent cabins. I don't answer unknown numbers. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my apartment, I still think I can hear footsteps just outside my door. I wasn't trying to escape from anything dramatic. I just wanted a break from the city, away from the car horns, sirens, and the stale noise of apartment life. My job had gotten repetitive, and I felt like I was losing pieces of myself a little every day. So I took a 2-week leave, no big plans, just needed silence and open space. I found a small wooden cabin on a rental site listed as off-grid, tucked into the northern part of the state, near a forest preserve but not technically inside it. It had no Wi-Fi, no electricity except a small generator for emergencies, and no plumbing beyond a rain-fed water tank connected to a manual pump in the kitchen. The listing emphasized solitude. That's what sold me. I wanted to be away from everything. I arrived around 3 in the afternoon on a Thursday. The drive was long, especially the last stretch, about 12 miles of unpaved road, most of it narrow and winding through tall pine woods. My little sedan wasn't made for it. Gravel cracked against the undercarriage, and I had to slow to a crawl in some spots to keep the wheels from slipping on the loose dirt. The cabin itself looked just like the photos. A small square structure, faded wooden siding, one crooked window in the front, and a rusty tin roof. No neighbors, no other houses in sight, just trees, miles and miles of trees in every direction. There was a little porch with a single wooden chair and a broken railing. Inside, the layout was simple. A main room with a bed and a wood stove, a tiny kitchenette with an old gas burner, and a small side room with a composting toilet. Everything smelled like wood smoke and mildew. The bed was stiff, but it looked clean enough. I unpacked my food supplies, mostly cans, pasta, dry goods, and stacked them on a shelf near the kitchen. I brought a few big jugs of drinking water and stored those under the counter. There was no fridge, obviously, but the air inside was cool. I didn't mind roughing it. I had brought books, a notebook, and some hiking gear. The first 2 days were peaceful. I didn't do much, just rested. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee over the burner, sit on the porch and listen to birds, read a little, nap in the afternoons. At night, I'd light a few candles, write in my notebook, then go to bed early. By Saturday, I started exploring. The woods were thick and quiet. Trails weren't marked, but some looked like deer paths, and I'd follow them slowly, taking mental notes so I wouldn't get lost. I brought a compass just in case. My phone had 0 signal. The quiet was what I wanted, but it started feeling strange by the 3rd or 4th day. There's a difference between peaceful silence and the kind that makes your skin tighten. The birds would vanish all at once for no reason. I'd stop walking and notice how suddenly quiet it was. No wind, no branches creaking, just absolute stillness. I figured it was just me adjusting to the woods. City noise makes you numb to silence. Then, on Monday morning, I found the boot prints. They were fresh, maybe from that same morning or the night before. I saw them maybe 30 feet from the cabin, near the tree line. They weren't mine. I checked my own boots to be sure. These had a deeper tread, like work boots. The stride was longer than mine too. I followed the prints a little way into the woods. They stopped maybe 20 yards in. Just ended. No circling back, no change in direction. Just gone. I looked up at the trees around me, half expecting to see someone up there. I didn't, of course, but the feeling stayed. Something was off. I marked the spot with a broken stick and walked back to the cabin. That night, I locked the door even though the lock barely worked. It was just a flimsy slide bolt. I kept my flashlight beside me in bed. I told myself it could have been from before I arrived. Maybe a hunter, maybe a forest ranger. The next morning, I checked the prints again. They were still there, but now there were new ones, smaller, maybe someone walking beside the first person. This time the prints didn't stop. They went around the cabin once like someone was circling it. That was when I started feeling trapped. I kept telling myself not to panic. I had enough supplies. I could leave early if I wanted, but I'd have to drive that gravel road again. It was narrow and risky, and I wasn't sure my car would make it if the rain picked up like the forecast said. That afternoon I kept inside and moved quietly, just in case someone was out there watching. I pulled the chair off the porch and braced it under the doorknob. I know it wouldn't stop anyone serious, but it made me feel a little better. Around sunset, I saw the truck. It was maybe 200 yards down the trail, near a small clearing where the trees thinned out. I noticed the shape through the branches first, matte black or maybe dark green. A pickup with no license plate. It looked abandoned. No lights, no sound. I stood behind a tree and stared at it. It didn't look new, maybe early 2000s model, dirty, with a cracked windshield. I couldn't see anyone inside. I watched it for maybe 20 minutes, but it never moved. I went back to the cabin and locked the door again. That night was the longest so far. Every noise outside made me sit up. I heard branches breaking once, something moving quickly through the woods, maybe a deer, but I couldn't be sure. In the morning, I went back to where I saw the truck. It was gone, but in its place, I found something worse. There was a shovel, just lying there on the dirt, clean and new-looking, not even dirty on the blade. And beside it, in the soil, a fresh rectangular patch where the ground had been disturbed. Not deep, maybe a foot down. I didn't want to touch anything. I stood there for a long time. I didn't want to assume anything, but it felt deliberate, like someone wanted it to be found. I walked back, this time with a stick in my hand. Not that it would help much. My phone still had no bars. I considered turning on the emergency generator just to charge it and try a call, but the signal out here was dead either way. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed dressed, shoes on, flashlight in hand, sitting near the door with a kitchen knife. I listened. Nothing happened. In the morning, I packed everything into the car. I told myself I'd leave before it got worse. I didn't care if the gravel road tore my tires apart. I'd make it work. I shoved everything into bags and popped the trunk. That's when I noticed the handprint. It was smeared on the back window. Faint, greasy, as if someone with wet fingers had touched the glass. I didn't hear anyone the night before. I would have heard footsteps, voices, something. But someone had been near the car, maybe even trying to open it. I drove fast down the gravel road. The rocks kicked up against the car body, and I skidded in one spot where the ground dipped. But I didn't stop. I drove all the way back to the nearest gas station, about 45 minutes out. I didn't say anything to the clerk, just stood there, trying to look normal as I bought a water bottle. My hands were shaking. I sat in the parking lot and finally turned on my phone. No missed calls, no messages. I checked the camera roll. No weird photos, no glitches. I drove home that night, didn't stop once. By the time I reached my apartment, it was almost 3 a.m. The city noise was like a blanket. Sirens, engines, honking. It all made me feel normal again. I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. I thought maybe I imagined it or exaggerated things in my head. But 2 days later, I got a text from an unknown number. It just said, "You left your shovel." No name, no other messages. I didn't reply. I blocked the number and changed phones a few days later. I filed a police report eventually, told them about the cabin, the truck, the shovel. They said they'd send someone to check the property, but I never heard back. When I called the cabin listing site, the listing was gone. Deleted completely. I've gone camping since then, but never alone. Never off-grid. Never without reception. There are people out there who don't want to be found. People who use places like that cabin for their own reasons. And sometimes they're already watching before you even unpack your bag. That shovel wasn't there by accident. That handprint wasn't a prank. I still don't know what was buried in that patch of dirt, but I know it wasn't meant for me to find. And I know I got out just in time. I had never been someone who liked cities. The noise, the traffic, the constant rush. It always felt like it was closing in on me. I was never really comfortable in crowds or under fluorescent lights. So, after saving up for a couple of years, I bought a small piece of land up north, tucked between some hills and pine trees. It was quiet there, always smelled like dry wood and cold air, and I could finally live without hearing car horns or people yelling in the street. I built the cabin myself. Nothing fancy, just one bedroom, a small kitchen, and a little sitting area. No internet, no cable, no neighbors. The nearest gas station was about 45 minutes away down a winding dirt road that most people wouldn't even notice unless they were looking for it. There was a shallow creek that ran about 20 feet from the back door, and behind that was just forest. Miles and miles of it. I liked that. The days were peaceful. I'd chop firewood in the mornings, read in the afternoons, and cook simple meals on the little propane stove. I had a solar panel set up to keep my small fridge running and charge a few lights. It wasn't luxurious, but it worked. I liked being disconnected. Nobody knew where I was except my brother, and even he didn't ask much about it. He just knew I wanted to be left alone. For the first few months, nothing strange happened. I'd see deer in the early mornings, and sometimes raccoons would knock over the trash bin at night. The wind through the pine trees made this long, low sound that I grew used to. But one morning, I noticed something that didn't feel right. It was late October. I remember because the air had that sharp edge to it, and the leaves were starting to fall faster. I walked out early to split some logs, and there were footprints in the dirt path that led around the side of the cabin. Not boot prints like mine. These were shoes, regular sneakers, not work shoes, and they were smaller than mine by a bit. I'm not a paranoid person, but it struck me as odd because I hadn't had a visitor since I moved in. I figured maybe some hiker got lost. People wander off trails all the time, especially up here. I looked around, didn't see anyone, and went on with my day. The next morning, more footprints. Same kind, same spot, like someone had walked around the side of the cabin and back again. But this time, there was a long line in the dirt next to the prints, like they were dragging something. A stick or maybe a rope. I didn't like that. Still, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal had brushed along behind them or something. I started keeping my axe closer. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't just the wind. There was something else. I kept thinking I heard the crunch of leaves, the soft break of twigs, but every time I stepped outside, there was nothing. I stood on the porch for maybe an hour, looking out into the trees, just waiting for something to move. But everything was still. The following morning, I found something left on the side of the cabin. It was a cigarette, but not old, fresh. Still had a little bit of ash hanging to it, like it had just been put out maybe an hour before I woke up. I don't smoke, never have. I don't even allow it in my cabin. So that meant someone was here, standing against my wall, smoking in the dark, just a few feet from where I was asleep. I went straight to the tool shed and took out the rifle I kept locked up. It wasn't loaded. I hadn't fired it since I moved out here, but I loaded it now. I also nailed the side window shut and put a small alarm, a tripwire with a couple of tin cans, outside the front and back steps. I made sure I could hear it from my bed if anything knocked them over. That night was the longest one yet. The wind had died down, and everything was quiet. Dead quiet. Too quiet. Around midnight, I heard the softest scrape, like something dragging along the wall outside. Then it stopped. I waited, every muscle tight, my ears strained. Then came 3 soft knocks. Not on the door, on the side of the cabin, right near the window I had nailed shut. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loud. Just sat in bed, eyes wide open, listening to my own heartbeat hammering in my chest. The knocks didn't come again. After about 10 minutes, I got up, grabbed the rifle and crept to the window. Nothing. I slowly opened the door and stepped out. The tripwire was untouched. The cans hadn't moved. But there, in the dirt again, were more footprints. Fresh, standing in one place for a long time. I could tell from the way the prints had sunk deeper. Like someone had been standing still, right there, just looking at the cabin. Looking at me. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I drove down the dirt road to the ranger station. There was a man there who worked part-time, mostly just logging fallen trees or helping lost hikers. I told him someone had been creeping around my property at night. He said he'd seen a beat-up old pickup down near the highway a few days ago, parked on the shoulder like it was broken down. Said nobody was inside, but it looked like it had been slept in. He didn't get a plate number. I asked him if he'd seen any other cabins broken into. He said no. I went back home that afternoon, still feeling uneasy. I circled the cabin a few times, checked all the tripwires, then sat in the kitchen and stared at the window. The more I thought about it, the more I realized something strange. The person coming around wasn't trying to break in. They weren't trying to steal anything. They were just watching. That was worse. That night, just after 2 a.m., the tripwire went off. The clatter of the cans was sharp and loud, echoing through the trees. I jumped up, grabbed the rifle, and ran to the door. I yanked it open, heart thumping, and aimed into the dark. Nothing. I stepped outside, careful, slow. The cans were still swinging a little, and one of them was dented, like it had been kicked. But there was nobody there. I turned on the flashlight and scanned the trees. For a second, I thought I saw something, movement between 2 trunks. A shape, maybe, but it was gone in an instant. I didn't chase it. I backed up into the cabin, locked the door, and stayed up until sunrise. The next day, I found something worse than a cigarette. It was a torn piece of blue fabric stuck on the corner of my woodpile. I picked it up. Denim. Worn, dirty, smelled like sweat. Someone had caught their shirt on the corner. But that wasn't the part that made my stomach twist. There were drops of blood on it. Not a lot, just a few, but fresh. Still dark, not yet dried out. I didn't know if the person had cut themselves sneaking around or if they were hurt before they came. But the thought of someone bleeding and hiding somewhere near my home made my skin crawl. That night, I boarded up the windows with extra planks from the shed. I put the rifle beside the door and kept an axe beside my bed. I didn't sleep at all. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. I thought maybe they had moved on. Maybe I scared them off. Then, on the third night, something changed. Around 1 a.m., I heard rustling again. But this time, it was different. Heavier. Closer. Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow. One at a time. Like someone was trying not to make noise but wasn't doing a great job. I sat in the dark with the rifle in my hands, pointed at the door. The steps stopped. And then, breathing. I could hear it. Through the door. Just inches away. A low, slow inhale like the person was trying to listen for movement inside. I don't know how long we both stood like that. Maybe a minute. Maybe 5. But then, without a word or a sound, the footsteps backed away. One at a time. Then they were gone. The next morning, I found fingerprints on the glass of the door. Smudged. Like someone had pressed their face up against it, trying to see in. That was it for me. I packed up a duffel bag with clothes and food, took the rifle and a few things from the safe and drove out. I didn't stop. I drove all the way to my brother's house 5 hours away and didn't say a word until I'd had a shower and locked the guest room door behind me. I didn't go back for 3 weeks. When I did, I brought my brother with me. We got there during the day. Everything looked fine from the outside. But once we went in, we knew something had happened. The cabin smelled different, like sweat and old dirt. My brother said maybe it was just because I'd left it closed up. But I knew better. In the bedroom, the sheets were wrinkled, not how I left them. And on the kitchen counter was a dirty fork. I hadn't used a fork the day I left. Someone had been inside. There were no signs of a break-in, no windows smashed, no locks picked, nothing missing. Whoever it was, they had a key, or they had waited until I left it open. Maybe the night I ran out, I didn't lock it properly. We checked the woods, but found nothing. Just the usual tracks, deer, maybe a raccoon. No more human footprints, no more cigarette butts. I changed the locks, reinforced the door with a metal bar, set up motion detectors that sent signals to my satellite phone. I still live there now, but I sleep lightly. I keep the rifle loaded. I walk the perimeter every day. I haven't seen the man again, but sometimes, late at night, I still feel like someone is out there, just standing, waiting, watching. I don't know who he. Everything had been too loud lately. Work was piling up even after hours. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, and I hadn't had a full night of sleep in weeks. Even when I lay in bed, my mind ran in circles. I just needed quiet. Not the kind you get in your apartment with noise-canceling headphones. I wanted real quiet. No cars, no neighbors, no Wi-Fi, just trees, maybe a lake, and nothing else. I found the place online. The listing was short, only a few pictures. A small wooden cabin with 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a fireplace, and a deck facing a lake. The write-up said it had no cell service, no internet, and the nearest store was about 30 minutes by car. The price was cheap. Too cheap maybe, but I didn't care. I wanted to be alone. I drove there on a Thursday morning. The drive took over 5 hours. Most of the time, I was going through smaller roads, then gravel, then finally dirt. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No billboards, no fast food signs, no power lines. Just trees, sky, and the soft hum of my tires crunching along the path. By the time I reached the cabin, I was already feeling lighter. I parked near a crooked tree stump and got out. The air smelled like pine needles and damp soil. The lake stretched out right in front of me, wide and flat, reflecting the pale sky like a mirror. The water didn't move much. No waves, just little ripples where insects skimmed the surface. It was beautiful. The cabin was simple. The door creaked. The floor groaned when I walked. The inside was clean, though. Wood everywhere, floors, walls, even the kitchen counter. A small table with 2 chairs. A gas stove. A bed tucked in the corner with a folded green blanket. I put my bags down, opened the windows to let in the air, and sat on the deck with a bottle of water. That's when I noticed it. Across the lake, maybe 200 yards away, there was another cabin. It was small too, shaped almost exactly like mine, but darker. It sat at the edge of the trees, like someone had dropped it there and never came back. There wasn't a dock, no lights, no smoke, no sign of movement. I stared at it for a few minutes, waiting to see if anyone came out. Nothing did. It looked dead. I didn't think much of it at first. Lots of lakeside cabins don't get used for years. Maybe it belonged to someone who lived in the city and just forgot about it. Or maybe they came out only during hunting season. Either way, I told myself it didn't matter. I was here to be alone. The first night was peaceful. I cooked a can of soup, lit a few candles, and read an old book I'd brought. When the wind picked up outside, the trees rustled like they were whispering, but inside it felt warm and safe. The bed was stiff but clean. I fell asleep fast. I woke up once in the night. The room was pitch black. No street lights, no moonlight, just the sound of the lake tapping gently against the shore. I thought I heard something out there, maybe a splash, but it was faint and far off. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next day, I took a walk along the lake. There was a narrow trail that curved around the shore, weaving in and out of the trees. I followed it for about half a mile. The water stayed quiet. I picked up a few flat stones and skipped them. Some of them bounced 3-4 times. I hadn't done that since I was a kid. When I looked across the lake, I saw the cabin again. Still no movement. The trees behind it looked thick and dark. I tried to see if there was a car or boat nearby, but there was nothing. Just that cabin sitting like a shadow on the edge of the water. On the third day, something changed. It started in the morning. I was sitting on the deck again, drinking coffee from a steel mug. I looked across the lake like I always did, and for the first time I saw something new. There was a person standing on the deck of the other cabin. They were just standing there, facing my direction. Too far to make out the face, but the figure was clearly there. Arms by their side, not waving, not walking, just still. I stared for a while, expecting them to move. They didn't. I felt a little weird then. Not scared, just watched. After maybe 10 minutes, I went back inside. I didn't want to sit there with someone looking at me. I reminded myself that this was their land too. If they wanted to come out and stare, they had every right. But they stayed there all morning. Every time I peeked through the window, the figure was still there, in the same spot. I tried to distract myself, sweeping the floor, boiling rice, organizing my gear, but I kept checking. Eventually, late in the afternoon, they were gone, just vanished. No sign of where they went. No boat, no sound, nothing. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I left a candle burning and kept waking up every hour. I kept thinking about that person just standing there for so long, not doing anything, just facing me. It didn't make sense. The next morning, I walked around my side of the lake again. I wanted to get a better look at the other cabin. Not go all the way across, just closer. I brought my binoculars. They were cheap, but they worked. About half a mile up the trail, there was a break in the trees that gave me a clear view. I stopped and focused in. The cabin looked old. The wood was gray and cracked in places. The windows were shut tight. The deck was bare. No chairs, no tools, nothing that showed someone lived there. But when I focused on the front wall, I saw something strange. There were scratch marks on the outside. Long, thin lines running across the wood. Some vertical, some slanted. Like someone had dragged nails or maybe a knife across it. They weren't painted on. They cut deep into the wood. I counted 6, maybe 7 lines. I pulled the binoculars down and stared without them. I felt a chill in my shoulders. Then I slowly walked back to my cabin. I didn't go out for the rest of the day. That night, I kept the lights off. I sat in the dark and looked out across the lake. The other cabin was just a shape in the blackness, but I couldn't stop looking at it. Then I saw the flashlight, a tiny beam of light, flickering, coming from near the base of the other cabin. It wasn't strong. It moved slowly, like someone was walking with it, scanning the ground. Then it pointed across the water, toward me, and held there for a few seconds. My heart jumped. I ducked back behind the window. I didn't know why, but something about that light made me feel small, like a deer being watched through a scope. I waited in silence. After a while, the light vanished. I didn't see it again that night. The next morning, I found footprints near my cabin. They weren't mine. I'd only worn hiking boots. These prints were flat, probably from sneakers or rubber shoes. They came from the trees, curved around the cabin, and stopped near the deck. Then they vanished. I checked to see if anything was missing or broken. Nothing was. Everything was still locked. But those prints had been fresh. They were deep. Someone had come here in the night. I packed my bag. I was going to leave, but my car wouldn't start. The engine clicked, then went silent. I tried again. Same thing. The gas tank was fine. The battery was fine last I checked, but it wouldn't turn over. I opened the hood, looked around, but I didn't know much about engines. I felt helpless. There was no cell service, no one around, and someone had been here. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept a knife in my hand and sat with my back to the wall. Every creak, every rustle outside made me flinch. I didn't light anything. I didn't want to be seen. I just sat and waited for the sun. When it came, I felt like crying. That morning, I hiked. I didn't follow the lake. I took the dirt road that led out. I was going to walk until I found someone with a phone or a working truck. It was long, almost 2 hours, but I eventually found a park ranger station. It was empty, but there was a working phone outside for emergencies. I called a tow truck. They said it would take over an hour to get there. I waited by the road. When the truck arrived, I rode with the driver back to my cabin. He was quiet. I didn't say much either. When we reached the cabin, the driver looked at me funny. He asked if I'd been out there the whole time. I said, yeah, why? He nodded toward my cabin door. It was wide open. I'd locked it before I left. We got out slowly. The guy stayed behind while I stepped inside. The place was a mess. My bags were dumped out. The mattress was slashed. My food was gone. The drawer with my knife in it was empty. But that wasn't the worst part. On the wall above the bed, scratched deep into the wood, were the same kinds of lines I'd seen on the other cabin. Long, thin gouges, overlapping and jagged. The tow guy didn't want to wait. He helped me load my stuff and we left fast. I didn't say a word all the way back to the highway. I never went back to that cabin. I never figured out who was on the other side of the lake. I searched online later, tried to find the owner of that property, but records were blank. Some locals on a forum said that cabin had been empty for over 10 years. I don't know who was watching me. I don't know what they wanted, but I do know one thing.